live, and all of this is working as intended. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But we're getting ready to get started with our Vice campaign. Let me get our countdown actually rolling. We're about 15 minutes away. Just want to give a couple updates to all of our folks out there. We were able to go ahead and do our donation to gosh, 826LA, golly. Pro Streamer. Hey, you can see I've got my Pro Streamer gear that my cast gave me last time. So I am all Pro streamed up and ready to go. Let me check to make sure that I'm actually live and transmitting and all that good kind of stuff. Let's see, it still says that I'm offline. Why does it say that I'm offline? Still says that I'm offline. Theoretically, yeah. Well, there we are. Now we're going. Good to see. Okay, so we are live and on the interwebs. And folks are starting to come into chat. Hey, Professor Spark, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. So I guess we are actually up and running. But yeah, no. So my incredible cast got me my Pro Streamer gear from DM Appreciation Month. And also to let you guys know, we did go ahead and I got the donation in to 826LA. We do have a new charity this month. It is called the Lamb Foundation. And I'm probably not going to say this correctly, but it is for treatments and ultimately, hopefully, a cure for. I'm just going to call it LAM. LAM. It's lymphangioleiomyomatosis. Basically, what it is a disease that affects the lungs, where you have benign but aggressive tumors that start to fill up basically your air sacs in your lungs. And so, shortness of breath, and basically you slowly lose the ability to breathe on your own. It was one that's close to the hearts of one of our cast members, and so we put our charities all onto a chart. You know me, I love my spreadsheets, and rolled the dice for which one would be the next one that we would put on our list for this month. So yeah, nope, that's what we've got going on charity wise. There are two new monthly donation levels. Well, same levels but different things this time. One is the name of the Lamb Foundation is called A Breath of Hope. And so I thought it'd be kind of cool. We have at the $10 level to give a player a gem that basically, kind of like our Kryptonian crystals, you're able to crack the crystal and cast Beacon of Hope, which is a pretty powerful spell, which lets people basically maximizes any healing that is done while they're under the effect of it, which is basically within 30 feet of the person who cast it, and you get advantage on death saving throws. Or I'm sorry, for as long as they concentrate on it. So it's, you cast it when it's in 30 feet. Everyone was in 30 feet when you cast it, and then it stays on them unless for some reason you lose concentration on it. So, of course, one of our damage-based constitution roll type things. Then at the $50 level, in the past, we've always had Agatha's Souvenir Bin, which is a wondrous uncommon item. Since our characters are now at a higher level, if people donate at a higher level, we will be adding a rare of any type magical item to the next loot haul, which includes weapons, armor, wondrous items, all sorts of big things. Actually, one of my players is having a problem with their sheets. Let me just go hop and see if I can try figure out what's going on there. Campaign characters, Iska. Edit. All players. Iska. Bird versus plane. Let me just check on this for a second. Hey, Derek, I just went in and just sort of deleted you and re-added you to your level 3 sheet. See if that worked, and then let me do the same to your level 4. Just to see. Did that work on the level 3? Can you get in? Not working. Okay. Yeah, how are everyone else's sheets working? Are they kind you can get access to either or both? Okay. Yeah, give it a try to reboot up, Derek. If it's still not working, I'll see if there's anything I can do on my end. Dude, no problem. No, I'm not even over on that screen yet. I'm still just me up by myself. Okay, so anyway, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Trying to make sure that we're ready to actually start on time when we want to go. Anyway, that is what we have going on. For those of you who are just joining in or picking up from last episode or didn't watch last episode, if you'd like to, hey, SSJ4 Time Buster. Don't think I've seen you before. Welcome. And nice to see you for joining us. If you haven't watched, or if this is the first time you're watching The Vice, we are going to be picking up pretty much right after the end of the last episode. It's 4.5 hours, so you certainly don't have time to do that. But the scene that we sort of cut from in the last scene of the day was a highlight of the rescue of our of Gandry, who is a fire genasi that the party rescued. He was being held captive by a deacon of the Temple of Purity. So if you want to check out that specific highlight, I'm linking it in the chat so that if you wanted to take a quick look at it, I think it's only about as 8 minutes long or so, basically the amount of time that we have left before we get started. So just if you want to catch up, there's not many people here yet, but we'll be going over it when we sort of do our show recap. Genasi are an interesting race in our world, as they are this new race that started being born to all different folks in our world. So whether you were elves or half elves or humans or dwarves or halflings or whatever, you could have given birth to a Genasi. And the Genasi with all of their normal traits. So it's not that you were born and you're a Dwarven Genasi. You are still sort of a human-looking, but with some of the elemental features, Genasi. And in our world, they are called or known as the Children of the Lost, because people have an idea that it's tied to an event in the recent past of our world that causes. Hey, how you doing, Trolls Maiden? So we'll be getting going here in about 6 minutes or so. But anyway, like I said, new charity, new items that we have offers for donation levels. We ended up giving $680 was our final total last month of what we raised, and then we're able to match it. So that made 1,200 blah 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 math. That we were actually donated. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, so we have that going on. Um, Trying to think of the other stuff that we've got going on. Not a whole lot. We'll be getting to our cast here in just awesome donations all around by lots of folks. Some of our cast donated. We had lots of our chat folks donate. Lots of great ideas for some new Vice surges and things like that. So, it was pretty cool that we were able to find so much. Let's see who else who's snuck in. Lozenge 135 and Relaxo Rancho, welcome. Another cool thing that's going on. We are at 191 followers. So approaching 200, which kind of blows my mind because, the fact that we actually might end up with that many people who actually follow the channel and tune in as they can is just amazing to me. So thank you to all of you who are following. And if you have friends or other folks that you want to point in this direction to get us that 200, not that it's a big number compared to other folks out there in the world of Twitch, but for me, that's kind of a big deal. So anyway, we have that going on. I don't know. 200 is not special other than that it's a round number. That I never thought we would have 200 followers. Hey, Professor Spark, good to see you. And hey, who knew? And like I said, we're at at 191 followers right now. So that's kind of good. Yeah, I don't really have anything tied to followers just because, I'm a new streamer and they don't come in that often. Oh, speaking of which, how about my pro streamer gear that my cast got me for DM Appreciation Week? So they're awesome. I love them. They're great. They make this story everything it is and more. And so we have all of that going on. Since it looks like all of our cast is here, let me check to see if Derek's got his stuff working. If he does, we'll go ahead and hop over and start doing introductions so we can get started. Did it work for you, Derek? Cool. So, guys, with that, I'm going to go ahead and flip us over and go live. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, just if you need to, there's, like I said, there's one of the only things, actually, I'm going to mute out the stream for just a second. I need to tell my cast something, but we will be going in just a sec. Okay, guys, we are back. Sorry, I just needed to do a little something with my cast, and let's see if my camera's landed. Looks like, oops, I forgot to turn off this. Let me get rid of this video capture device of me. Pro streamer. I've got my shirt on, so it's true. And then swap on over and turn on my video. And looky there. Everyone's at least in a camera that's above a name. Now, whether they're in the right camera above the right name's an entirely different thing. So truly, it's So right now we've got Derek is being Jeanette, and Jeanette's being Templar, and Danny is Luna. So
I do roguey things,
but I'm still me.
You are still you. But you just gave away that you're watching the stream. You're not supposed to be watching the stream.
We will start this. But you built it up. We need to see this part.
That's true.
And I'm going to pause.
So anyway, let's go ahead and while I get everyone above the right name, go ahead around and introduce yourself. So let's, I'll go by the names. Let's start with Derek.
I'm Derek. I'm Bird vs. Plane on Twitch and on Twitter, and I'm going to be playing Iskatol, a half-elf bard.
Go over to Alicia?
Hi, I'm NNG9. I play Luna, who is a Genasi monk, hence the green face. And yeah, no, that's the spiel for right now.
Then let's go to our good friend, Good Guy Pie.
Hello there. I'm Good Guy Pie. I'll be playing Look Goldheart, the Human Blood Hunter, and he's. I'm sorry, I feel like I think I'm using the wrong voice. I am Look Goldheart, and I'm back. There we go.
And let's go ahead over to Danny.
I'm Tunarth. I'm playing Kel, the Wood Elf Druid, and yeah, more will be revealed as the episode commences.
Yes. And then let's go to Jeanette.
I am Tree Hugging Druid. I play Celia. She is the pale rogue of the group.
Very cool. And then last but not least, our good friend Templar Warden.
Hey, I'm Templar Warden. I am playing Hidden by Axel, or also known as Axel, the Tabaxi wizard with lots of energy.
Lots of energy. And with that, we got everybody here, and I think we are...
Did we already do our charity plug?
Well, no. I mean, I did it on the pre-show, but let's go ahead and do it again. So we do have a couple things. One, we did get our donation in. We ended up at $680 given to, raised for 826LA. And so for a total of $1,360 that we ended up donating to 826LA. This month, our new charity is called the Lamb Foundation, A Breath of Hope. I'm not going to be able to pronounce the actual condition that it is, but it is affects your lungs, and basically, my understanding from the website, and you can click on it for more information down the doobly-doo. Benign tumors start to grow within your lungs and air sacs and cause shortness of breath, and a progressive condition that currently they are trying to find effective treatments for, and and ways to actually hopefully cure the disease soon. So what we did for our charities, all of us sort of took our charities that we wanted to support. Everyone knows I love spreadsheets. We put them on a spreadsheet. We rolled a dice, and so make sure that we get to all of them, and we'll every month let y'all know which way the dice fell. So for which ones are coming up. Whoops, I'm on the wrong screen for the. There it is. The other thing to know, well, a couple things. One thing, just because I know we've got some actual new viewers out there and who might not be familiar with the world of the Vice, wanted to let you know one of the things that is interesting about the Vice, and because it becomes relevant in this, is in our world, the Genasi are a new race. They started appearing on this world about 30 years ago, being born to pretty much any and all the different races. And while they were born to all these races, they still kept true to their normal racial traits. So if you were born to two dwarfs, you weren't a dwarven Genasi. You were still a human looking, other than your elemental attributes, Genasi. Same thing for elves, same thing for half elves, halflings, all across the board. So that does, one of the things that we are dealing with right now is the rescue of Gandry, who is a fire Genasi, who was rescued our last episode by our group from a deacon of the Temple of Purity, which is a group that is currently not a very nice group of folks, and sort of at the head of the prejudice and what's the nicest way to put this? at the head of some of the main issues that are going on with both the Tieflings' oppression and the Genasi's persecution. I guess persecution of the Tieflings and oppression of the Genasi is probably the best way to
That's
say
fair.
it. Oh, I didn't know that was what yours was for, Alicia.
Yeah, that's why I asked before last week. Did it show up what it was for? Okay.
Yeah. You know what? It probably was there, but I looked at it the opposite direction. So we'll get to that. Actually, we can get to that this episode. We'll have you guys roll for them.
Okay.
And we'll get them in your thing. We're probably not going to be using them this episode, so we might even wait and do it like tomorrow, or have you guys roll for them at the end of the episode or something. We'll see how time goes. But anyway, so let me do a little bit of catch up for you. Last episode, our group, it truly was the longest day of their lives. Over the course of literally the last day, which was actually been our last 4 sessions, we had the party be ambushed early in the morning by the Hounds of Barrios that were chasing Iska, defeated them, or seemingly defeated them, then realized, well, they were defeated and deactivated, but were not dead. We're probably going to resurrect. Had to explore the temple at the Eye of the Eternity, which was infested with mephits, and had multiple puzzles and sort of had lots of challenges for our good buddy Axel, Templar Warden. Turns out it was, in fact, a test by the group that he is trying to find and become a member of, known as the Eternal Keepers, who keep the secrets of the realm. There then was a race across the Dragongust Plains to try to get to the relative safety of the Liam's caravan, where they knew Stroth was located, who is a paladin that they believed would be able to help them in defeating these hounds, because they needed radiant damage in order to be able to truly kill them. Finally defeated the hounds, thought they were out of the woods, when a deacon of the Temple of Purity showed up, revealing both a tiefling and his daughter within their midst of Liam's caravan, as well as his desire to take custody of Luna. The situation, which quickly elevated to sort of riot-sized proportions, was diffused by Stroth with the plead for them to try to rescue whatever Genasi that had been revealed they were already transporting, and that he actually belonged to a group that called the Unseen Shield, which basically is running sort of an underground railroad caravan to help Tieflings and Genasi move about the world even though they are being persecuted and sort of oppressed by this very powerful organization known as the Temple of Purity. Through lots of quick thinking, lots of great role playing, we had a true, the 0-11 or 0-6 level of heist to steal the wagon that Gandry was being, a fire genasi was being held in. They found him pretty much in deplorable condition. We've talked about it, and we decided that as a group we didn't want to necessarily role play the hours through the night. This has, again, was the longest day ever. It's around midnight by the time they were able to get to what they felt to be a safe distance away from Verdant Falls, away from the Temple of Purity, and revealed the condition that Gandry was in. We decided we did not want to role play through the night and sort of getting Gandry out of his imprisonment and sort of, I'd say, out of critical care. So what we're going to do is I'm going to narrate the events of the evening, and then once that is complete, we will hop in with our normal role playing and pick up the story the following morning. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to hop right on in. We pick up the scene, basically. They have just opened this box that is roughly coffin shape and found Gandry, who was on the verge of a total breakdown and just not wanting to be around anymore, be here with us. He, between Luna's and Kel's and the whole group's intervention, he introduced himself with the unsaid but implied words that, yes, he did want to live. Luna pulled all the water from the box, and Celia immediately went to work on the locks and the shackles, her hands frighteningly steady and with a clenched jaw the whole time. As soon as the last lock was free, Luck carefully lifted Gandry's emaciated form out of that horrible place and cradled him to his chest. It was then that Luck realized just how tall and young Gandry actually was. Probably 6'4", 6'5", certainly no more than 17 or 18, and yet this box that he was in was probably less than 6 feet long. As Luck gently laid him down on a blanket Iska had prepared on a patch of soft, thick moss, Gandry's hips sort of remained twisted to one side, and his legs would no longer straighten all of the way. Luna summoned water, and Axel warmed it with the boiling stone. Iska and Luna then went to work cleaning the filth from Gandry, his eyes always open, finding Luna's or Iska's reassuring gaze. Otherwise, Gandry was unwilling or unable to move, except when a horrible, deep, wet cough would rack through his thin frame. Methodically, Luna would clean each wound with shaped water, then Iska would follow, treating the fevered flesh around each one with a salve from the healing gland she had found, finally using the last dose from the gland on his chest to pull the disease out of his lungs. As soon as the girls had begun their work, Luck yanked the box from out of the back of the wagon. A calm, intense, frightening silence permeated the air around him, and with a focus the likes of which the party had never seen on Luck's face, Luck dragged the box off into the woods, and for the next 45 minutes, all that could be heard from that spot was the sound of breaking wood as the box was smashed to splinters by a pickaxe. Meanwhile, Kel cared for the horses and made sure they were ready for a long night of continued travel. Celia and Axel removed the hatches from the back of the wagon and cleaned out the space the box had been stored in, making the wagon appear more like a regular working wagon with an open back and a small grain hopper towards the front. It took over an hour, but a little past 1 a.m, under the full moon, the wagon headed back out onto the road. Gandry wrapped in blankets in the back of the wagon with Luna and Iska watching over him. None of the three slept. Luna always in physical contact with Gandry, and Iska humming soft, simple tunes through the darkness. Kel entered his trance state once they were underway, and around 5 a.m. poured every drop of healing energy had into Gandry. Lunk attempted to stay awake with the girls, but in the end ended up dozing off to fitful dreams. Axel kept Celia company while Kel went into trance, and when Kel traded out allowing Celia to trance, he then succumbed to sleep as well, finding a spot draped across the grain bin. We now find our party traveling south as the sun rises over the horizon and the new day begins.
Oh. Would you look at the sunrise?
He's sort of, Luck sort of, I imagine Luck sort of leaning up over the edge and then, yawning, and then like, sort of Axel's just head just pops up and is like, yeah, it's cool. And he sort of hops off the wagon. Are we still moving, or have we come to stop?
Nope, you're still moving. You kept driving through the night and are heading
never
southward towards
stopped.
Sojourn.
Yeah. Then he sort of does like the sort of cat stretch on the when he wakes up, and he takes a look around. He's like, oh, this is He's actually takes in the sunrise. He sort of looks back towards roughly the direction he would think Tiamat's tears are, although I presume there's nothing to see because different timings. But looks back and sort of a little bit of thought. He would go to get out his journal and then sort of he would get out his journal, then stop, put it back, and go and spend time with start talking to Iska and Luna. You chat away happily at pretty much at the three of them because and Gendry just he's like telling them, oh, this is his dreams, and he saw these things, and it's mostly just like chaotic Axel thoughts throughout the morning as we sort of move along.
Luck, as you get up and see Axel doing his stretch, you go to stretch and realize, oh God, it's been a long time since you've slept in a wagon. You are stiff from both your activities last night and all this. But you also know what the cure for being like this is, which is get up, do your calisthenics, get on your road with your normal, luck on the road activities.
It's so yeah, he is that wake up. Oh, there goes. I think that's a shoulder blade. That's as he moves back, there's a distinct like creaking sound, like there we go. Doing the morning activities, I think. We'll start with a 10-minute sprint, head back, do some push-ups, and then take a quick seat and make some breakfast for us all on the road.
So you do your sprint, and you come sprinting back, and start to do your push-ups. I need you to make a perception check.
So 19.
You hear something, as you go to do your press-ups, you're a bit stiff, so you've taken your pack off your back and, maybe used it for a little bit of weight, but then set it to the side. But you hear something seems to be in the tall grass near your pack.
He's like, and then it's like, wait, remember something. Don't be loud. Okay, I've got this. As he holds his breath.
As you...
And slowly walks that way.
Hey, Unmain Gaming, thanks for the host. Appreciate it. There, in the tall grass, half-starved, and for some reason, the fear, its starvation and hunger seems to have overcome its fear. You see this little guy.
Oh.
Looking about half-starved and apparently attracted to probably a ham bone or other leftovers wrapped up inside of your bag.
Hello. He's like calls out to the carriage. Cal, come over here. Iska, anyone. He's sort of waving as he's like going into his pack. He's grabbing some leftovers and he's like, "Come on, little guy, come on." As he sort of, he's picking it up in his arms.
This little guy comes right over to you, and as you pick him up, you feel as though maybe your fate is changing a little bit with this guy around. Maybe when things go wrong, they won't go quite as wrong. That your fate is now somehow better. That you've got someone to take care of and get you through. You now have your lucky feat, as we discussed.
I like it. And it's like, oh, okay, let's beat you up. We'll get you. We've got a nice spot. You can have my spot in the cart. Come on, little guy. Do you have a name? You don't seem to have a collar. We'll name
Marley.
That's not the elevation pit way. We'll name you Gray. Yes, Gray. I like it. Gray, because you always seem like you're going to want a snack. As I come back with the car with this little guy in my arms, and it's like, Iska, girl, look.
He kind of shies away a little bit from them right now. He's just now getting used to you, but he seems like he'll probably become more friendly as things go along. What was the name? I couldn't quite understand what you said.
Grain.
Rain, R-A-I-N?
Grain. Grain.
Grain. Gotcha.
As in grain card, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was.
Cool. So yeah, Grain is now seem to somehow become part of your little group. What I was gonna say, I don't know. How does Axel deal with a dog being a cat? I don't even know.
He likes he's a cute puppy. He's going to be there's always if there's a new pet in the house, and he's more like the big friendly dog that's found a little kitten, and he's getting up close and maybe spooking it a little bit, and you're playing around, and he's very it gets him very energetic and very involved, and sort of plays around, and then sort of after, and then he goes off on his own little jaunt. Really heads off at around the out into the grass, and up down, around and back and around, and then hops back on to finally get to his his dream notes and his dream journal and those sorts of things. He settles into that. He starts going through his spells as well. Settling into studying his spells for the day, effectively.
Okay. Luna, Iska, you are with Gandry still in the back. You both take a point of exhaustion from staying up. Kel, you're awake as well. Celia is trance, so you're still trancing just because timing hasn't worked out yet. She'll still probably be trancing for another 2 hours, so you're still driving at this point. What are you guys doing?
Me and Iska in the back.
Yeah. If anything, other than just keeping an eye on Gandry.
I imagine just to kind of, keep talking. This is probably today. Luna's done the most talking she has in years. But she, she's just kind of telling Gandry, and I guess Iska, since she's there, stories of growing up at her monastery, and she's doing her little water theater thing with like ice shapes and water and the image, whatever spell that I can't remember the name of right now.
Gotcha.
So she's been kind of doing
Dancing
that for
lights.
like entertainment.
Yeah, or whichever, yeah. A minor illusion.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
How about you, Iska?
As you mentioned, Iska has been just trying to, provide just chill, comforting, calming sounds, hums or whistles or soft songs. All the while, throughout the night, she has been working in her journal, in her sketchbook on something. And I think when she sees this Luck with a puppy, there's a bit of an initial kind of like drawing back from it, but then she sees how closely Luck has bonded with it, and Luck being the ultimate at knowing when evil is afoot and seeing his interactions with it. I think it really calms her mood down, and she kind of gets into that, young person, well, I say young person, but even someone like me seeing a puppy and just kind of like being drawn to it, and really raises her spirits for the time being, seeing such a large man with such a small dog.
How about you, Kel? You're driving the wagon.
Yeah, I'm driving the wagon. I'm obviously, paying attention, but I kind of when Luck comes over, holding the dog, I just kind of smile and nod, and but I'm going to wait until people have kind of done their morning thing and seem to be settling in, and then I'm going to ask somebody to take over driving so I can do some foraging as we travel off, in the grasses.
So we'll say a couple hours pass, and Celia, you come out of your trance. As you come out of your trance, what are your plans?
Celia, being a rogue, is very quick and probably keep up with the caravan. So she would probably
do her roguey stuff.
do her roguey stuff and jump off the caravan, kind of keep watch, and not be right beside it, be maybe about 10 feet behind it, just making sure nobody's following, stuff like that.
Okay. Any other late afternoon activities? Kel, as she gets up, you head off and do your foraging. Do me a survival check so we can see how you do. And then we'll come to you, Derek.
Yeah, Axel will accompany Kel.
Well, who's going to take over driving?
Yeah, who's
Can't
going?
do that until somebody takes
Luck, do you want to take over driving?
Luck will take over.
I was going to say Luck knows how to do that. And so, yeah, it's actually really cute. Luck gets up there and starts driving, and sitting on the bench next to him as though it's, kind of like the old, the Dalmatian on the fire truck. So sitting right there next to Luck now has perched himself quite at home. Standing up and sort of keeping a lookout back and forth is Grain. And every once in a while, I'm sure Luck gives him a little pat on the head.
Rears off slowly to the left a little.
Yeah. Oh, don't get distracted.
And that's a 23 on my survival roll.
So yeah, it's dry plains. It's through Dragon Ghost Plains, but you've gotten familiar with this territory and find plenty for yourself, and certainly some nice berries and dried roots, things that are easy to munch on while traveling through the day, so you all wouldn't have to necessarily stop for lunch and cook unless you wanted to. You would, between y'all's dry rations and what Kel has found, would be entirely up to you whether you would like to stop or just keep on moving as lunchtime comes around.
And of course, all of the extras that I find, I give to Luck.
Yep. Or just have place in the wagon as he's driving. Derek, we said we'd get to you. What you got?
At some point in the afternoon here, Iska kind of wants to excuse herself from Gandry and from Luna, and she wants to go catch up with Celia, who, as she said, was kind of removed from the wagon a little bit.
Okay.
And Iska wants to approach Celia, and in a very low, as quiet as a voice as she can get out, say, I was up all night. I was up all night working on this, and I did my best to make sure he didn't see what I was working on, but here, this is the best I could do. And she hands the sketch she was working on all night to Celia, and that's a sketch of the deacon from Burton Falls.
Yeah, Celia, you look down, and it is an excellent likeness of the deacon, capturing not only his face, but also his demeanor, even that sort of oily nicety that he had.
All right, Celia will she'll look down at the drawing, and without really saying anything else, she just like pulls Iska into a little hug. And in her ear, she'll just whisper, "You don't know how many people you just saved."
That'll take Iska back for a second, and Iska will return the hug, and when she pulls away, she'll look to Celia, give her a nod, and probably return to Luna and Gandry.
Okay. So it sounds like you all decide to keep on moving through lunch and just do dry rations for lunchtime.
I will say after Iska gets back, Luna will probably take a break from Gandry, gently out over so she can stretch and do her exercises.
Yep. No, absolutely. You are again able to keep up easily with the wagon, but also stretch your legs. It has been a long night. Yesterday was a long day. We move into early afternoon, and Celia, I need you to make a perception check for me, please. You're somewhat distracted, but you do see something. It's not in the road, and in fact, it's in what would be almost a standard scouting pattern in front of you guys forward motion. It's almost as though it was laid specifically in your path. You see a vaguely humanoid shape lying in the pathway ahead of you. You're muted.
I am muted. Okay. Celia will kind of like jump onto the side of the cart. You know how like people.
This is all from the cart. This is over in the tall grass, away from everyone else. It's not. I mean, unless you run back to the cart, but it is. This is like I said. It's sort of probably about 10 yards, 30 feet off the road, but about in what you would think of as a normal sort of, if you as a scout does, do sort of your perimeter sweeps. It would be basically right in the path of that perimeter sweep of the road, if type idea. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's probably not visible to the people in the cart.
All right. Can I signal, give them a signal?
I mean, are you calling? Oh, go ahead.
Use my firebolt cantrip to put it in the air, kind of like what are they called? The word has
flares.
Brain.
A flare?
Yes. Kind of like a flare, give a signal for somebody to come over my way.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're only about 30 feet from the wagon. I mean, you're within yelling distance to call someone over. I mean, and it would probably be less of a display than a firebolt. Yeah, like I say, it's only about 30 feet away. I mean, you can yell out if you want to call someone over, unless you want to
Yeah,
investigate.
I don't want to go over alone.
Okay.
Because I'm not stupid.
Your choice, pretty much. I'd say everyone at this point is sort of back either in the cart or near or around the cart.
Yeah, she will call back and say, I need somebody to come check this out with me. I found something.
Oh, do you need me to slow down? Or stop? Or...
No, don't slow down, don't stop. Keep going.
Okay.
If okay, got it.
Cal, you go over?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And Axel would probably go over as well.
Yeah. Axel comes over as well. Yeah, of course, being curious. As you guys come over to her, you see, like I say, about 30 feet off the side of the road, about 10 to 15 feet in front position, what looks like to be a humanoid shape lying in the tall grass.
And face down, face up.
You can't really tell. I mean, it
On
seems
their
to be probably lying on its side, most likely, from the shape.
Facing us or back to us?
Back to you.
Okay. I will cautiously go over.
Okay. As you approach, do me a survival check just to see what you perceive with your somewhat honed animal-like senses. With a 20, you do detect just a whiff in the air of that this person is certainly, if not dead, grievously injured.
Okay, I move over less cautiously to try and determine, is this person alive or not?
You get there and you can, if you'd like to roll them over or kick them over, rigor mortis is set in, decay has not. They are in light to medium weight armor, is about all you can tell from this point.
Okay. Is there something obscuring the face? Is there a helmet that I have to take
Nope,
off?
not a helmet or anything like that. Its eyes are open.
Okay, so male or female? What race?
Male, half elf.
I know this is probably difficult with an elf, but any rough indication of age?
Yeah, with elf it's kind of difficult. Late 20s, early 30s. Are you guys there too? I'm gonna have you all do some investigation checks if you're going much further.
Yep.
Axel's looking for basically signs of what you killed him. Mostly, so yeah.
Yeah, can I do a medicine check to see how he died?
Sure.
Guess not.
He fell over.
And Axel?
Yeah. Nope.
It's actually very obvious how he died. Celia, with your investigation, as you roll him onto his back, you see a piece of black cloth, probably about 18 inches on a side, with an insignia you're familiar with. It is, except it's red this time, it is the insignia that you saw before in green of the green dragonflight, but this time in red. It is pinned to his chest with a weapon. and there's strange writing on it that Celia, only you're able to read because it's in Thieves' Cant.
What does it say?
It says, "I'm watching you," signed by the ghost. And you quickly recognize the weapon that is pinning this note to its chest because you've known it for most of your adult life. It is your black obsidian dagger that you had left behind on the body at the lair of the green dragonflight.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to take the dagger
Okay.
and use the red cloth, wipe blood off, stick it in my boot. And Celia's just gonna kind of like look at the cloth, like bunch it up in her hands, and let it fall onto the body
Okay.
and walk away.
Kel, Axel, you see her do this. You weren't able to even really distinguish that there was writing on the cloth, or because it's Thieves' Cant, which is meant to be. Hey, Wayward Fallout! Thanks for follow.
Would we have seen the symbol at least?
You saw the symbol. Oh yeah, it was
Then,
face
yeah,
up. I
I
mean, it
would've-
was as big as the cloth. I mean, so you saw that it's a Red Dragon Flight Syndicate cloth, similar to the two that you took off of the people from the Green Dragon Flight. I mean, it's
Okay.
obvious they're lesser. It's not the medallion that their higher level members did, but that their lower level members had on them.
I'm going to see if I can figure out who this person was. If there's any information.
I mean, you can.
And I will, but I will also, as Celia walks away, I'll say, Celia, do you know who he was?
Do I know who he was?
No, just obviously someone from the Red Dragonflight Syndicate. That's
She doesn't know.
y'all can do an investigation check to see if you can find any, because y'all did medicine before, any personal effects.
Huh. Nope.
Wow, 1 and a 2. Wow.
Actually, that's a 2 and a 3, but I have a
Yeah.
-1 modifier.
Axel,
So, do you come back, Celia, or do you keep walking away?
Yeah, she'll keep walking away.
Okay.
I wanted to see what I would roll.
Yeah. So, Axel.
yeah. Axel will not be sort of investigating once he sees the symbol. He'll sort of get a little riled up, you know.
Okay.
You know, he's angry cat. You know, he's standing up. He's looking around. He's sort of, yeah. As Celia walks away, he's like, "Do you know? Wait. So there's more bandits then. Do we want to go? Are we going to go for the bandits? Are we going to kill the bandits? You know, I'm not playing it as aggressive as he would be, but you know, he looks angry cat right now. You saw him like this with the green dragon flight. You know, he seems quite eager to kill some bandits.
I will say to Axel,
Yeah.
we fought Green Dragon Flight. There's obviously a red, which means there's one for
Yes.
each color at least. Blue and black and white.
Yes.
I'm going to see if there are any tracks other than ours leading to this place that I can potentially.
I'm going to say we're going to use your investigation roll. It's been.
Music.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm muted. Sorry. I'm going to use your investigation roll and say, you know, there's nothing that you're able to discern around the body. Unfortunately, as you know, anything that might have been there seems to have been either obscured by your own tracks or others. You know, you're not able to find anything of interest, of use.
But he's been dead less than a day, probably.
Probably less than a day. Probably, yeah, with, you know, rigor but no rot. So, you know, that whole, probably between 24, 36 hours-ish, maybe less, probably less. You know, as well as you're able to tell. Again, with medicine checks, you weren't that great either. So, I mean, you were best on the smell of dead.
Okay, well.
So we'll say anywhere from 12 to 48 hours.
Somewhere in there. I'll turn to Axel and say, I don't know that we can find them right now, but we'll keep watch.
Yes.
And if we do find them, we'll kill them.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I just start heading back. I'm going to, having seen this, I'm going to start kind of doing what Celia is doing and, ranging, off the road, ahead of and behind the path that we're traveling on. Just kind of being a circling scout.
Okay.
If I think she said she was going to be more towards the back, in which case I'll be more towards the front.
So we'll say you guys pretty much take up an orbit, pretty much always making sure you're keeping an eye out, checking. Afternoon turns to evening, and nothing more seems to come up in your scouting or along the road. It's around 6 p.m. There does seem to be a stream that comes fairly close to the road that could make a good place to camp for the night, or you can try to go further on into the evening. What's your all's intent?
I think as exhausted as everyone is, probably stopping sooner than later might be good, as long as we can find a concealed enough place, and maybe once we're off the road, try and blur traces.
Yeah. So we'll have Kel do, I'll say y'all's choice. If you're trained in survival, you can do a survival check, or anyone is able to do an investigation check for a good spot to camp.
I like the fact we have a vote.
Hey, I'm really good at survival. I just rolled really crappy.
Yeah. So, so Iska, in her scouting round, does find a spot that she feels, it seems like it's sort of a rocky portion of ground that's close there, that's sort of a harder scree, so that tracks would be would not be left, and any that would be left would be easily brushed away and identified as you go. Probably about 10 minutes off, you do find a small water source that you're able to use. There is sort of some undergrowth back there and there. It's sort of, as we've seen in the Dragon Gust Plains, around water there does seem to be always some growth. You'd be able to hide the wagon from sight, either between a little bit of a dip in the hills, plus some of the scrub that's surrounding this little water source. Keep you fairly invisible from the road. Sun is not quite down, but it's getting pretty close. So you set up camp. You build a small fire, bank it appropriately. I turn it over sort of to you guys as you set up for the evening. Gandry is still very weak, unable to walk. At this point, he's fully healed, but suffering exhaustion, unbelievable exhaustion, and at this point, while whatever muscle and seems to be on him is healthy. It is much of it deteriorated while he was in the box. So really not healing is not the answer at this point. It would take far stronger either regenerative magic or just time at this point.
Yeah, Luna, has been with him pretty much the entire time, except for the beef break to stretch her muscles and everything. She will make sure when we do actually stop for camp, to actually, pick him up and take him outside so he can get some fresh air for a while. Because I imagine he's been in that wagon far too long. So any chance to get under open skies and everything.
Yeah. Well, it is open. The hatches were taken off, so it is open.
Okay.
It is open to the sky. I mean, it's basically, think of a hay wagon, except with this grain bin up towards the front that was sort of concealing the spot that his box was in. So, but yeah, he has been sitting now for close to, not quite 24 hours, but 20 hours in the back of the wagon with you guys. You've made him as comfortable as possible. Blankets, sitting on folded up, cloaks and things like that. He's unresponsive, but certainly better. He's in shock. So you can. The biggest issue right now is he is unable to stand. His legs are bent and his hips are sort of out of alignment right now, and pretty much there's no musculature left on his legs.
Would I know about splints?
Not enough in this condition. This is more, his from lack of movement and the deterioration. What's happened is you would be enough that you could do more harm than good. Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Just a thought. So setting up at the fire, I would make sure the little dog. He has the good pants. He can sleep on the good pants.
Okay. Yeah. No. He quickly has fallen in love with the good pants because the good pants have had leftovers and ham hock and all other things. So, yeah, Grain's probably pretty much claimed. You know how dogs and cats or any pet will. Yeah, he's pretty much claimed the good pants. It's interesting. You probably could even make almost a little papoose harness thing out of the good pants to carry him if ever you needed to, because he's kind of like a Joey in a kangaroo pouch as far as those pants go. They smell good. They smell like you. They smell like food. So yeah, Grain is basically locked to your side. Because he likes you, but also because you obviously, it doesn't take much of a puppy to figure out where the food comes from. Everyone seems to gather around you when there is food involved.
Yeah, and I'd be probably getting out some leftovers because they're probably still good.
Yeah, no, you guys, as always packed up leftovers from last night's truly amazing feast. And, as you put them on the fire, some of those same amazing smells and just that captivated an entire camp, 2 caravans worth of people, do start to permeate the air again. Because, some of you were unable to partake of this, so this would be theirs, but you still have, some of the goose left. You still have some of the goats, nice, almost like a leg of lamb, but it's leg of goat that's nicely roasted. You knew to sort of save the chef's choice to bring with you because your luck would do that for his friends and his family. So
can I do another round of foraging as well to
absolutely.
see what else I can add?
Yeah.
Yeah, Axel will again. He'll sort of, head out. He'll try and follow along and basically, watch what Kel's. He asks Kel's, what he's doing, if he can help. What things are good, what things would be bad. He has a little knowledge himself, but but he is, Cal is the knowledgeable one, and he's sort of trying to learn and work alongside Kel for this.
So as I'm foraging with Axel coming with me, I'm going to kind of do a running commentary, I guess, as to what I'm looking for and why I'm choosing what I'm choosing and taking what I'm taking. Just, it's a teaching moment.
Yeah, no, and Axel absorbs as he absorbs all things, and especially right now because he's like intellect bonused. He's able to take in a lot of this. In fact, more than you thought that he would be able to learn. But I mean, I think, what is it? You got like a +9 to intellect right now from the temple.
Yeah.
So yeah, he is a sponge when it's coming to all of the different foods. And with your 18, yeah, you actually find basically the makings of a great salad. Pretty much what, nice leafy type salad, almost, exactly what would be great with sort of this sort of heavy, goose and goat and sort of heavily spiced meats. A nice sort of clean leafy green celery, carrots, radishes.
Radishes.
Probably not a tomato, but something similar. Some sort of a juicy vegetable type idea. But yeah, you're able to bring back pretty much all the things that
Kel would go heavy on the radishes.
Yeah, there you go. And I'll say, but either between Luck and Iska, one of those good bottles of Elven mead, made its way into a pack.
I want to say Iska.
Probably, yeah, I kind of think it's Iska too. I think Iska very much was the one who was like, "I'm taking me one of these."
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to just sort of take over completely on that. But yeah, no, Iska squirreled away one of those, maybe in her violin case or somewhere, to bring back, and good
technically
food.
they were all mine. So,
good food starts to be passed around. Some elven mead. There's clean, crisp spring water here for those who might want that, or to drink along with your elven mead. And you guys finally get a chance to take a rest. You look around, and these are the people you've been traveling. It seems like a lifetime, but only a week you've been traveling with these people. That sun sort of turns that beautiful twilight colors. And you kind of know you're home. There's Crane sort of sitting there, begging politely to Luck, and Gandry, while still not great, he's alive and willing to live. And I think all of you know that you are able to keep him safe. With that, we're going to turn...
Actually, before we go into anything else, before we're kind of settling in for the evening, remembering, some abrupt things that happened over the past week, I'm going to go over to Luck, but more specifically to Grain.
Okay.
And introduce myself.
Okay.
And let him get my scent, and just do it however much time he needs to feel comfortable with my presence.
Yeah, no, Grain is he's timid, but then very accepting. And it's interesting, you almost see a little shocked look on his face. He sort of does the little dog turn his head to the side, because he smells human. He smells large predatory animals. He smells small little critters that he likes to chase. this whole spectrum of smells contained in this one being. And, you know, a little confused, a little curious, but also, you know, recognizes, I guess, you as, we'll say, a kindred spirit in a way.
So what I want to do then is, sit in front of him and kind of crouch down to his level and just kind of catch his gaze, and then very slowly, because I don't want to scare him, I'm going to become a squirrel in front of him.
Okay. You do, and I mean, there's almost like this first instinct of his of squirrel, and then he sort of stops, and he kind of looks at you and sort of sniffs at you again.
And I'm going to kind of swish my tail and kind of creep up to him cautiously, but...
Yeah, and he lets you. He's kind of like, okay, that's Kel.
And I kind of sniff at him and go...
Yeah, he kind of sniffs back and then gives you a big, because now he's bigger than you, even though he's a tiny little puppy, gives you a big sloppy, puppy kiss.
As he's doing that, I'm going to kind of get on my back and then turn back into myself, so that as I do that, I kind of am going to gather him up. I'm going to be laying on my back and just kind of gather him up on my chest as I'm laying there, so he can be licking me, and I'll...
Yeah, I mean, you're a fun new toy. But he licks at your face for a little bit, but then he kind of he does sort of gets a sniff of something and heads back over to Luck. And through the evening he sort of makes his rounds around to each of you, kind of getting to know you, and even stopping with Gandry for a little bit. And while it's subtle, you do see Gandry reach out and just sort of give him a slight pat on the head. Nothing more than that at this point, but Grain moves on, sort of gives him a little, puppy smile, and then he's a puppy. He's in and out. He's sniffing everyone's pack. He's doing all the things of sort of making his territory known to himself.
Once that happens, I do also want to go over to Gandry.
Okay.
And I mean, is anybody else with him constantly?
Yeah,
or?
Luna is.
Yeah.
Luna.
She's with him constantly.
So I'll nod at Luna, but then look at Gandry and just say, I want you to know that you are under our protection. You're under my protection. And I will do my best to try and make sure that nothing harms you while you are with us. And I'll reach out and put my hand on his. And then as I'm doing that for him, I will turn into, again slowly so I don't scare him, become the panther.
He smiles and just sort of, because of just, as the way your position was, his hand basically ended up on top of the panther's head, just sort of almost like he did with Grain, just kind of a little, I guess, scritch behind the ear, and he smiles and kind of nods, understanding, but he's still in just a quiet place. But he definitely understood what you said, and I think he's already there's no really lessening of tension in him because I think he already has pretty much given himself over to the party because he's pretty helpless right now. So, but
I want to do a rough cat tongue lick on the side of his face, just one.
Yeah, he kind of shocks back from that a little bit, and then it kind of throws him a little bit, but I mean not in a good way or a bad way, just not quite ready.
And then I just do the rumbly, deep cat purr.
Yep.
And I'll curl up beside him for a while.
Okay.
At least for the hour that I can maintain the shape.
Okay.
And then once I sense that the hour is ending, I'll get up and move off and become myself again out of sight.
Okay. So
as I go to prepare for my meditation for the evening.
Okay. So we're going to turn to Axel. It's been a long day in a wagon, and you're not used to being cooped up in a wagon all day, and campfires made, food is happened. It's sort of everyone's sort of calming down afterwards, but you're Axel.
So he's, during the trip, he managed to find a way to distract himself, particularly with this whole influx of understanding, so to speak. So during the trip, he's been poring over his notes, been thinking about, things that he's been told by Stroth and Tohir, and, little snippets of things that he's heard, things related particularly to the pious paladin place as well. He's just putting these things together and getting a little bit more understanding of the world around him from his notes. But of course that can only last so long with Axel. He's already, by the time they get to the stop, he's already off the car and running around. He's been running back and forth. He's kind of been doing his thing when, they settle into around this fire, and there's something that sort of catches his thoughts as he's watching the flames flicker. And, he leans closer and he sort of whispers, Neglexivir relic, and sparks. There's little sparks in the middle of the flames as he sort of, the flames flicker and there's some sparks, and he's really interested in this, and he tries it again, and then it sparks again, and he tries different magical colored sparks, and he keeps increasing the size of this until suddenly there's this bang. Not a very big bang, like a firecracker, and he startles back. He lets out a little meow, and he's like, "I gotta do that again." You see, he's got to do this again, and he's fiddling around with his spells, and he tries it again. It's a slightly different incantation this time, and again, there's another bang and fire, and then you see this little burst of flame. Yeah, and he's found this thing, and he is really happy, and then he's he's moving slightly, and then he's going to does the spell again, and there's another bang, except and there's a little burst of fire, but this is not in the fire, it's sort of away from any flammable anything really, and it's just a bang on the ground, there's a little scorch mark, and he's oh, did you see that? I can do this now, and maybe I can go bigger. Do you want me to go bigger? I think I can go bigger.
What's the party think about this?
Axel,
yeah, he looks
behave. Playing with fire is no simple thing, all right?
Yeah.
You play with fire, you get burned.
You really just said that?
From behind Luck, she doesn't make any noise, but you can see Iska just mouth the word bigger.
And he's he looks to one of the, okay, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. And then, he sort of, he sort of clears the space around, the fireplace, nothing flammable. He sort of is actually, he sort of turns sort of to is Kel, like, at this point in time, what would Kel be doing?
I was going to say, is this before him being in Panther or after being in Panther? I'll say Axel, is this later on, sort of after he was in the Panther, or is this more while he's at Panther?
It probably started before he was in a... he probably started this pretty early on in the campaign, so probably before he was a Panther, I think. Yeah.
So after food is cooked, but... Yeah. Okay, so
when the fire is not being used, and he sort of grabs like Axel and Iska's attention. It's like, okay, well, if there's sparks and anything like fire and bad things, you can take care of it. Okay, you just I can help, but maybe you can look.
I was gonna say, is Luna standing by on fire patrol?
I was about to say if
Luna has like her like water bubble going, like because she made her water for the day, so she does still have like this giant jug on her head. So she's kind of, she's just kind of still sitting with Gandry, but she's looking over. She hasn't come any closer, but it's there, so she can shoot it over when necessary.
Okay. So Axel's still doing these sparks and these firecracker effects, and it's actually knocking. There's actually enough force in this to sort of knock the logs around, and he sort of spins up sparks. And he's like, you see him thinking about this, and then he's like, okay, I got this. He says some other words, and this makes some motions, and then it's not a boom. In fact, there's actually a rather disappointing poof, and instead of in this thick black smoke, comes from the fire and starts wafting up. He's like, that wasn't supposed to happen. So it's actually boof. It's actually like up and out. So he is now pretty much soot-covered cat. It's just like this black smoke. He sort of coughs. It wasn't supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen?
Oh, stay still! As he sort of pulls out like a bag and like, Luna, can I borrow that water for a second?
So Luna actually, she kind of looks, and nobody's close enough that it would notice, but there's kind of like, just the tiniest smile, and so she's gonna like peel off a good sized chunk from the bubble and lob it over Luck and Axel like a water balloon, like, and actually have it like morph and break across the face.
Sploosh. You have Luck with his rag, thinking you're gonna gently water shape his rag wet. You've got Axel with the exploded, basically cat, from the cartoon, covered in soot. Basically, all you see is white teeth, white eyes, and then just this, spoof, and you see sort of both of them. They're standing there, just kind of dripping. Reactions from Luck and Axel.
A little less water next time.
Axel actually, he quickly checks himself, and luckily he didn't have any of his writing or any of his papers on them at this point in time. So he sort of, he was worried, and then he looks up and grins, this big Cheshire cat grin. I want to do it again. And
no.
So
you've already made a mess.
Quick second, I just need to do one little intervention, just based off of passive perception.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kel, and in fact, it makes even more sense with what you had said you had done. While this is happening, you're the only one who catches the tiniest of smile on Gandry's face.
Playing with fire. I mean,
you guys are. So continue.
Yeah. Axel's like. One more thing. Okay, I'll get it right this time. Okay.
One. You. One more, boy. One more.
Okay. And it's sort of, he looks around and like, step back, and he sort of takes a couple of steps back. I can do this. So and then he sort of lights the fire, because I imagine he would sort of try and dry the fire off and light it again. I presume it might be.
No, the fire. She's good. She just hit you guys. She didn't hit the
just
fire.
you.
Yeah,
well, yeah.
Like when I say water balloon thing, she shaped it that way on
himself.
purpose.
Quench the fire itself because this black smoke is sort of billowing out and it sort of gets rid of the smoke. And he'll probably try and get some little gusts of wind to waft it away so he can see the fire.
Right.
Lights the fire, prestidigitation.
Yeah, I mean, you can
again,
sort of poke it or prestidigitate it
Yeah.
back on.
Yeah, and then he's like, okay, right, I can do this, and goes through the motions, and basically, it's very much like what happened before. Last time he was playing with fireworks, this fire is sort of catching light, and then there's a bang, sparks everywhere, and you sort of see this figure burst from this, made out of like sparks and fireworks, burst from the log up. It's like all these colors and all the, sparkles everywhere. It's like just a dragon's morn, so snap. Doesn't actually make any motion, but that's like the whole motion of it, and it sort of bursts and dissipates. And it's quite bright. If you were actually too close, it leaves after effects in your eyes. And if you were closer, it probably could have been quite a bad thing. And so and that's sort of like this big firework display that just suddenly went off with a big bang, and he is giddy. He's like, okay, I did it one more time. That's it. Nope. I want to do it again, but okay.
No.
Okay.
So just as you said, I mean, up out of the fire, just this bright display of all the different little sort of creatures and things that Axel's seen. It's these jaws of a dragon that snap, and as they snap, they sort of break into leaves and flowers, and then those sort of fall into just little sparks. And so, it's almost like Axel's memories of the trip, even sort of made in these fiery, swirling sparks. It probably lasts for, I was gonna say it lasts around, right? 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's just an instant effect.
So
really.
So basically, as this whole little display goes off, in 6 seconds is a long time in fireworks world. So yeah, it's lots of drifting little sparks. It seems like there's little fireflies like you saw along the trip, and leaves of different colors, and pieces of the dragon firework that you saw that the green dragonflights did. Even a little bit of the sort of sharp angles that were a part of the Bati's hounds of their back spines are sort of even mixed in a little bit with it. It's pretty damn impressive.
And it's very, very damn bright.
And very bright.
Yeah, so it would leave like effects in your eyes, these, if you look
got
at it too
little
long.
sparkles. So, anyone, any reactions from the peanut gallery?
Yeah. He is eager, but Axel said once, Lux said, only one more time. You got to write that one more time. He is happy. He is now writing down all the things about this and his spell page basically, and that will be one of his new spells.
Yep. So
the kill the first time this happened, it scared him into a squirrel. This time it's like, okay, I got this.
Yeah.
I got this.
I think so. After Luna threw the water on both Luck and Axel. Now that he's finished his new fireworks thing, she'll kind of shape it over there, because I'm imagining he's still pretty covered with soot, and just kind of make a little water brush to actually clean his face off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Directing it.
Yep, you can do that. So yeah, it's sort of exactly. He's kind of like a little kid. Yeah, I don't know. He kind of both the little kid, but also he's a cat, so he wants to get clean. So I think he's pretending like he's not helping, but he's kind of helping.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty good with water, Axel. So he probably would. He doesn't actually. He'll probably try and get the rag from Luck to sort of clean himself off as well. Yeah, he's going to try and clean himself off, but he's going to clean himself up, get himself dry, and then get to writing up his thing. But he's grinning out throughout all of this. His day is happy.
Very good, but be more careful with it. right?
Oh, but it's fun. They're cool. Wow. Okay.
It was very impressive, but
Yeah.
be responsible.
Next time, more space. Next time, be careful. Yes. I can do that.
Yes, Dad.
He's had this speech many times
Hey,
before.
there's and Will's right on time with all the waffles. Welcome, guys. Good to see you as always every Saturday. So welcome, and Benjamin 233332. Thank you as well for the host.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Waffle Raid in the house. Woo! Hey guys. Yeah, we're reviving ourselves a little bit from the feels of last session, having one of our camping ones, and everyone's getting their level ups taken care of. Welcome to Waffle Raid. So, guys, Waffle Raid, I know that this is kind of cheap tactic, but I'm totally using it. I'm at 192 followers. If you haven't followed yet, throw me a follow so I can make the big 200. I would love that. But I know most of you already follow, so I thank you guys for all of that and every week for all of your support of the station. It is amazing. You guys rocketh. Anyway. We are going to move on. Any other things before the camp calms down? People, I assume, Axel, you're going to set up your hammock.
Yep.
Find, between all of you, there's certainly enough bedrolls and cloaks and other things to help Gandry with something to sleep on.
Actually, that's the question. Are there trees to hang the hammock in?
They
anywhere nearby?
are. It's they're glorified. They're really glorified bushes, but you can get enough. You're light enough, and you can get enough of attention that you're able to set it up.
He probably won't. Then it depends. He'll probably find a place near Iska again.
Okay.
But he's not quite finished for the evening. He's still taking notes. He sort of moved on this time. These are notes he's been taking on trip, which was the alarm spell. And, he's been, you see him playing a little piece of string and he's sort of stretching it out in these areas. And, he's trying, playing around with the spells and the symbol, and he's plucking it, and he realizes that he has nothing to make a sound with. So aren't you guys lucky? Yeah. Otherwise, he'll be playing with bells all evening. He's figured out this.
The remains of the alarm spell that Luna crossed out is still up on the wagon. So you're able to go up there and look at it and study it and see how it seemed to work, etc.
But yeah, he knows how to. You can see him. He's figuring this out. He's actually hitting all over the camp. He's looking around these areas and he's sort of judging out the space. But he can't actually cast the spell because he doesn't have some of the components, which is a bell.
Gotcha.
So. But he's got all this sorted out.
Very good. Any other folks as they are setting up for the evening? Things are calming down a little bit. Kel has gone into and come out of Panther, or however you want to overlap with that. Feel free.
I think the only thing Luna has been kind of practicing during the evening is she has the kind of globe on her head, but kind of floating it down, and she's been practicing launching a stream of water from it into the air.
Hold that thought. Will come. That's after you do your long rest. If that's what you're.
No, I'm not actually doing it. She's not. She's just
practicing. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone else for the evening?
I think I see.
Iska's looking to crash here pretty soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, both Iska and Luna
she's been
are
exhausted. She was up all
tired.
night. She was up all night, picturing the deacon's face, which is a terrible face to picture for that amount of time.
Yeah.
So she's looking to crash. She is very ready for bed.
Okay. Luck, you were saying something.
No, I was going to say something. Sort of, I have a look around at everyone. It's like, I'll leave it till tomorrow, and I'll let everyone get to bed.
So then people start to settle down for the evening. I assume we'll do our normal watch schedule with Kel taking first trance and Celia taking second. So Celia, I know usually you use this time after the rest of the party has gone to bed and sort of on your watch to do some of your training. So Since you have had quite a day and lots of new things happening, I want you this time to go ahead and make me first six rapier attacks. So you go through your attacks, and as you're doing this, it's odd. As you do one of your lunges forward, that same weird, almost, it seems almost like pushing on like the surface of water happens. And when you go back and follow it up with another lunge, something truly bizarre happens. About a third of the way up your rapier blade, the blade disappears into this weird little rip of darkness. And pointing at you, but from the other direction, you see a little rip of darkness and your rapier blade pointing back at you. As where you were visualizing the target you were thrusting into, instead of you hitting it from the front, it's almost as though your rapier has disappeared into this little rip of shadow and is now hitting it from a completely different direction. If you check your handouts, you will find that you have learned a new skill. As soon as I get it up here. Where are you?
Multiclass to Warlock coming out.
I'm sorry?
I was just thinking
Where's Celia?
Misty Step or something like that. The spell. Just like, yeah, multiclass into a Fey Warlock for Celia.
Shadow Strike.
Yes. Oh, the fancy things. Awesome.
So
Oh my god.
That reaction right there. Priceless.
do you want me to show the stream, or do you want to describe it?
It says, as an action, you can thrust your weapon through the shadow realm to attack the target from an unanticipated direction. You get advantage on the attack, and all surprise attack damage is maximized.
Dude.
That's nice. So,
did
that's
the wrong
a
one.
happy rogue. That's a happy rogue right
That's a
there.
very happy rogue.
wait, are you
Wow,
you're
finally
an
you'll be worth
assassin as
something
well,
in combat now, huh?
right? Wait, you're an assassin, right?
Right? Yeah, pull your weight.
So that is going to be maximum crit and sneak attack damage. That is ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
Yes. It's only once per long rest.
Still, it's
really
nice.
good.
It's like it sounds like. So
Thank you, whoever just did that.
Miss. So, that is the face of someone of pure joy right there.
Yeah.
Pure joy.
That is great.
Now I need you to make 6 new. I assume have you updated your sheet for your new offhand attacks?
I have.
So go ahead and make me 6 offhand attacks.
Alright, my offhand weapon is my dagger. So I will do that. Ooh. Really?
But
Really?
so you're getting used to this. It's very odd, and it's weird. On 2 of the attacks, something just completely throws your aim off, and you can't quite put your finger on it. You don't know what it is. But then one attack, you see something that almost frightens you. As you were going through the motion basically to do an offhand attack, your whole arm disappears into this rift of shadow energy. And you don't see necessarily where it goes. And it took a natural 20 for this to actually happen for you. So it's good that you got it on your offhand. You have a new ability in your handouts.
Ooh.
Happy rogues are happy.
We need to just highlight Jeanette's reactions.
Ooh! Ah!
Ah.
This is a happy rogue.
Do you want to tell everyone about it?
It says, on a natural 20 crit hit with your offhand attack, you are able to reach through the shadows and assassinate the target. Add sneak attack damage to the sneak. If sneak attack has not been used this turn, it is maximized.
So yeah, Celia, for some reason you seem somehow attuned to the shadows, even more so than seems normal. But you now are able to use that attunement to your advantage.
Nice. Celia just got 5 times more badass.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Bird might have called it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah, Celia, that is happening. Let's move on to more of our party members. I assume Kel is off to find someplace for his trance.
Yes.
Roll me a survival, if you will. You are Willow. That's you. Okay. It's weird. This is different for you, Kel. You are not drawn to where you are used to sort of having nature call you to, which is usually a spring or a place of traditional, natural beauty. As you sort of follow your senses, letting them guide you to a place where you can really commune with nature, you find yourself coming to this depression out here in the Dragon Gust Plains. And it is this miasma of boiling mud and tar. You see a small island in the middle that would easily be accessible by hopping from stone to stone. And as you approach this place, maybe it does make some sense to you. There is strong earth magic here, not coalesced in any of the lines that had troubled you before, but just permeating the whole area. This deep, ancient magic of the earth itself that seems to be focused on this small island that you see out in the center of this small lake, pond probably is a better description, pit of boiling mud mixed in with these weird little pockets of boiling tar as well.
Well, is it pretty describing, are there stepping stones that are
Yeah,
pretty...
there's stepping stones, not even worth a roll for you to be able to get out to that spot.
Okay, I will just go straight forward. It's if it's earth magic this is strong, that's this strong, I want to be in it.
Okay. So yeah, you easily make your way. It's only about 3 or 4 stepping stones. Again, this isn't a large area. The center spot is probably 6, maybe 7 feet across. That is completely out of any of the mud or the hot boiling sort of tar area. The stars overhead are bright. It's still a full moon. As I assume you settle down into your trance.
Yes.
Anything particular that you're...
I'm going to do what I always do and settle myself, close my eyes and begin, just feeling myself at first centered within my body, and then just extending my awareness and my senses out gradually from where I am out into the surrounding area. But because of where I am and sensing this strong earth magic, I kind of want to think more downwards into the earth to feel that the power, the strength of the land, flowing through and into this place. Just trying to feel myself, sinking, almost like as if I were sinking down into it.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling the comfort of the embrace of the life of the land.
So yes, you center yourself and then just begin reaching out into the earth, into this earthen magic that has permeated this place. And as you reach out, you become attuned to the earth. This ancient stillness of the earth itself. And as your awareness grows of that stillness, you now start to recognize vibrations that are not of this earth. 20 feet off to the left, you can feel the footsteps of a coyote stepping across the land, tracking some small rabbit. Elsewhere, as you reach out further, you can feel larger gazelle-like creatures as they are foraging through the evening. Even small insects as they flit from and land on different plants. Even those vibrations don't escape your senses. You're able to connect the exact locations of where things are, even as they fly through the air. The disturbance in the air as it brushes against the earth itself, you are able to feel those and sense where they are located spatially around you. You know that now, with this connection to the earth, that you will never be surprised again. You will never have a incident like what happened at the Tears of Tiamat affect you, because this new alertness to all creatures, no matter their size around you, through the magic of the earth, is now a part of you.
As I'm sensing this, I want to just slowly just do this big intake of air through my nose and just trying to fill my senses up with the smell of the earth and the land. And focusing my awareness outwards, taking this in, this new sense, knowing that this is what I most needed and most wanted to protect myself and these new people that are quickly becoming as much family to me as my own. And I will just spend the rest of my evening in meditative vigilance, exploring, the parameters of this, how far I can go, and the minuteness of these new sentences, every little detail.
Okay.
As I sit there on this island, surrounded by the mud and the tar, and then the surrounding land around me.
So, as you are finishing up your trance state, you feel a familiar sensation come over you, as you have several times before, when closing to near the end of your trance. You find yourself in this weird astral state that you had found yourself before at the Tears of Tiamat, in the waterfall, and the cave and waterfall, and other times with your travels with these people. In this astral awareness, you look up at the stars and you see the moon overhead reverse direction. The stars moving the other direction. You begin to float out above your body, and time itself seems to reverse as you are pulled into the Earth's memory. Several days unwind, and you find yourself over the field where you first encountered the Green Dragonflight Syndicate. As you drift down towards that field, the wind blows out of the northwest, as it always does. You see the green dragon firework go up. As you descend, you see things you did not see when you were experiencing this the first time. You see Luna throw her water bubble to the ground, and you notice small threads of magic, buffeted by the wind, merge from her fingers and connect with the water, turning it to ice. Next, you see Axel throw a glob of fat to the ground and see the same tiny threads of magic whipped by the wind connect to the Regent and burst it into the slippery grease field. The battle continues as you remember, but this time every spell is marked by these threads of magic connecting caster with their target, but always fighting their way through this wind before arriving. Suddenly the battle goes into slow motion as you see Axel raise a dart up above his head, and a thread of magic emerges from the dart reaching towards its target, but this time the wind wins. Like a shot, the thread is torn away to the southeast, stretching infinitely thin in the process, and then it snaps taut with what seems like a lightning bolt streaks up the thread and hits the dart. The lightning refracts off the dart like it was a prism, arcing the lightning out across like a spider web, hitting every living creature on the battlefield. It then disintegrates into a shower of stars similar to the effects that Axel was making. But as those stars are blown away in the wind, it's now that you notice that the drift on that residual magic doesn't match the bending of the trees or the grass of the field, while still to the southeast is at a different angle than the actual wind. You realize the force on the magic isn't wind at all, but a vortex. You flash to your first vision in Luna's spring. Underwater, the ley lines were protected, but once you came to the surface, your astral form and the lines were torn away. Then you go to the cave behind the waterfall, surrounded by rock, and behind the sheet of water, the ley magic coalesced around your stronger astral form now, but when you walked through the sheet of water, they were ripped away from you to the southeast. Then, to the eyes of eternity, underwater, the most powerful lines you had seen were protected, but even they, when they were above the surface, became tattered smudge across the water, pulling in a line towards the southeast. Your vision now turns. You look to the southeast, and deep behind a wall of trees, you see a concentrated glow of swirling magic and flashing thunderbolt of magic erupting. Your eyes open, and two words are on your lips.
The Vice.
Title drop.
Dum, dum.
I take in this information, this knowledge.
Yep, you snap awake. Yep, it's about as normal. You're normal, about 2 a.m. The moon is still above. Everything is back to its normal flow of time.
I will gradually release myself from the energies that I've been extending, bringing my senses back into myself. Breathe and release. Breathe and release. I will get up and go find Celia to take over watch from her.
Okay.
And think about what I've learned till morning. But not to the exclusion of being ever vigilant.
Yeah. Very good.
Within that, I feel some kind of sense of stronger ability to aid my party as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I have a better sense of how to take my magical ability, my connection with the magic of nature, to protect individuals. And I'm taking resistance for my new cantrip that I've learned.
Cool. Very nice. Yeah, that fits right in with the earthen, and with it as part of that communing with the earthen magic. Anything else, Danny, before we move on?
Not at the present time. I think.
Yeah, we can work that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
When we get to the landing, we'll work that in.
Yeah.
That's the place to be. See, I didn't say it first. I did not say it first this time.
That's part of this too, but it's really not appropriate.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it as it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. So
yeah, then so I go to find Celia.
Yep.
And take over the watch from her so she can rest and meditate. And I will, as I'm spending the rest of the evening watch, definitely constantly check on Gandry.
Okay. Yeah, Gandry does seem to have finally found some sleep. He does seem to start awake every once in a while as though plagued by dreams, but he does seem to be okay. We move on to early the following morning. Just as the sun begins to come up, our camera sort of turns to Luna. Up early, truly, with the very first light of sun, to get back to centering herself and reflecting on the last week with these travelers that she has found herself with.
So, Luna, seeing that Gandry is finally getting some rest, goes to do her normal practice in the morning. And you said that there was some sort of small pond nearby?
Yeah,
no?
It's just a small spring. I mean, it's not even big enough to get into. It's really just a bowl, a large, almost like a bucket, a big half barrel worth of water that's got some water in it.
Gotcha. So she still probably go just near it, not standing in it. And she'll do her normal practice, start with doing a couple just warm up movements on regular land. And as her practice continues, she's going to go ahead and make water for the day and then sort of use that water with her moves. So as she's moving, it's kind of like she's almost started to ice skate. It's still in water form, but right. Her movements are getting a little bit smoother, a little bit faster as she's going. And also, so she's going through that, still getting a little bit faster, and then eventually starts preparing and going down to her knees. And with moves, with what she was practicing last night, starting to practice, she's going to launch herself up into the air with the water she's created, just straight up, similar to how the Tiamat geyser looked, just shooting straight up. And then as she, so launch it up, getting pretty high. And as she starts to come back down, she kind of grabs the air near her. And as she as she's falling, she's slow, like water vapor condenses where her hands are brushing down.
Okay.
And she starts to, and so she slows herself to a landing back into this pool of water she's created.
Nice. Very cool. So, seems as though you might be able to fall slower now.
Fall slower, possibly. And she might have gotten a little more athletic, you could say.
Yes.
Slightly faster.
Yeah, new feats of dexterity.
Right?
Yeah. As Luna does that, the camp does begin to wake up and come alive again. So, what's everyone doing as morning once again comes upon everyone?
Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone today?
Then we'll nod at Luck after she's done practicing. When Iska awakens, Luna will actually go over to her first, though. And just say, yesterday was eventful, but I wanted to tell you fought well against the hounds.
Iska nods at that and takes it in for a second, and then face drops just a little bit and says, I'm so sorry for bringing that on all of you, but thank you so much.
Am I in earshot of that?
Y'all are all around the campfire. I think probably yes, unless you were trying to be stealthy about it, Luna.
No, not this particular. She would say, do not accept blame for other people's wrongdoing. You are wonderful.
No, she's more than wonderful. She is justice. Oh.
You get a water balloon in the face.
Good morning, Luck.
That's a definite spirit lifter.
Grain is right there, basically, as water drips down your legs, licking. How dogs will lick your legs after the shower. Yeah. He's sort of having morning puppy syndrome. He's hopping around all of you, all sort of looking for attention.
Talking about justice, I think I've got someone to train about justice.
Yes, you do, apparently.
As I saw people.
Oops.
Anyone else? Your morning activities? Celia, you're coming out of trance. Axel, you've recorded your dreams, I see.
I do have a question. One that I put in.
Yes, you do. You feel well rested. And before there still was some numbness in your hand. And in fact, actually, I meant to mention it in the narration. You actually got it after your trance last night. That the numbness that you were feeling in your hand from grabbing a hold of the ley lines in Verdant Falls seems to have recovered.
Okay, good.
See, you're fine.
It's very good to know.
Rub some dirt on it.
So I'm gonna do my morning forage.
Mm-hmm.
But before I go to do that, is this already happening? Is Luck awake and
Yeah, this is already happening. I mean, it's or unless you. I mean, were you?
No, because I want Luck to be awake.
Okay. Yeah, because you've been awake for the last 4 hours.
Right.
Yeah, so,
So I am going to go over to Luck.
Okay.
And I'm going to say to Luck, how would you like to get to know your new friend a little better?
Ooh, can you do like? Do you do like the sort of the horse whisper? You like that?
Yes. And I reach out and I touch Luck and cast Speak with Animals on him.
Ooh.
So that he can speak with animals for the next 10 minutes. And I say, you have a short amount of time. Why don't you talk to Grain and get to know him better? And then I go off to forage.
Hey there, buddy.
Do you have food? I'm looking for food. I'm really, really hungry.
We
I'm always hungry.
You are always hungry. I picked that up as
What's this
soon as
over
we
here?
first met.
This thing
no.
here. Do you know what this is?
It's a bag.
There's food in here. I smell food.
It's my bag.
Yes, there's food in
Of course,
here.
there's food. Yes.
Food. There's food in the bag. Anytime.
Yeah,
Anytime
I
you
know.
want to give me some food in the bag, food in the bag would be great.
What? Wait a few seconds. Sit and wait for a few seconds.
What's sit?
And you get food.
Is sit food?
Sitting.
I would love food. I like sit. Sit food?
I like push his lower half down to make sure to force him to sit. This is sitting.
Here, like this, right? This. If I do
Like
this, you
that.
give me food.
I give you food.
Okay, food.
Yes.
I'm doing it. I'm doing this right
As
now.
I,
I'm doing
as I
it.
get some,
I'm doing
I've got
it.
the food.
See
I
me
got
doing
the
it?
food.
See, I'm doing it. I stand
There's
back
the
up.
food.
I'm doing it.
There's food. There's food.
Ah, ooh, that does work. He stands up and
does
sits
work.
back down. I'm doing it again.
You know what? You know what? As I just like get like a sort of like a bowl and I just get like some scraps. Here you go.
Oh,
Breakfast.
lots of food. Did I do something? Wait. What did I do to get lots of food? Was that something I?
You waited. You waited.
What's wait?
It's when you stay like that for a few seconds and I give you food.
What's a second?
Where you don't do anything.
So now?
I
Now.
put the food down.
Am done
I
now?
put the food down.
Is it ready yet?
It-
Is it ready yet?
It's ready. It's
Is it ready
there.
yet? I can eat it.
You can
now?
eat. You
That?
can eat.
Right
now.
there. That's mine.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
mine. This is really good. He just devours it and immediately sits back down. I'm doing it.
You've already
Actually,
eaten.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Cal,
And Cal thought he was helping.
how do you do this? How do you deal with this?
How do I turn this off?
I'm not there. I'm not
Yeah,
there.
he's all
I'm
foraging.
looking
God.
for Cal.
Your problem now.
I'm back.
Welcome
This
back.
continues for the
For 10 minutes. Okay. So, anyone else with their morning activities? Anything else going on? I assume someone gets Gandry up into the fire since he's not mobile.
Yes, absolutely.
So, for foods, are we eating what we got foraged? Or rations?
Yep. So we got rations. There's a little bit of stuff left from last night. Y'all pretty much ate most of it. But I mean, there's still, Luck always is able to seem to make a good breakfast out of stuff. He fries up some of the goat shank and almost like bacon. How he made goat shank into bacon, who knows? Kel, morning this round, since it's near water, he found plenty of nice berries, nice sort of morning type things. Something that kind of looks like a potato that got fried in the grease as well.
Can I do a survival roll to see if I find anything extra special this morning?
Is that not your survival roll there? The 21?
That was for last night.
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead. Sure. Sorry, I was using that as your morning one. So, same thing. So something that looks sort of potato-like that Luck is able to sort of turn into sort of a hash brown-esque thing. Luck, there are some parts of it that seem to be a little overcooked, which we're not used to with Luck, but he keeps getting distracted by a dog that continually stands up and sits down in front of him and stands up and sits down again, and then I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Yes, I see you doing it. I'm making my own food. I need to eat as well.
Do I get some?
You've already eaten. You get some later. Wait.
You ready yet? So
when I finish eating, all right.
So anyway, that continues. You guys are able to get Gandry to take some of the sort of blander, milder type foods, and as everyone sort of gets their bellies full, Gandry kind of looks up, kind of looks around the campfire, and he starts to speak. My name is Gandry Whimsill. I'm from a nice little settlement in the Cloud Ridge Mistops, where my family and several other gnome families came together to mine the hills for ore and coal to fuel our Tinkers Guild. My parents are gnomes. I like to think of myself as one too, but I guess I can't do that anymore. My height, you see, really was always the root of my problems, and in the end even more so than the fire. I wasn't treated that differently, really. In a way, for the Tinkers of my clan, I was a new invention to be discovered. Fire was one of their main tools, and here I was, fire made flesh, with blazing hair, and able to pull fire right out of the air with my bare hand. My earliest memories were happy ones. Working in the guild hall, lighting burners, keeping the coal bins full, running inventions from table to table. For close to 5 years, I was earning my apprenticeship, making friends, and being happy. Just another gnome. My parents were so proud of me as I quickly jumped to the head of my class. And then, as nature will do, I started to grow. At first, it was no big deal. As a kid, I was as tall as the adults, so it was kind of expected. It seemed natural that I would become a little taller than everyone. But then I was a full head taller. And then I started hitting my head on door jambs. That second year of growing, I seemed to be forever bumping into one thing and dropping another. I tried to stay as small as I could. I kept to myself, but it only made matters worse. When my hair began scorching the ceiling, well, even I couldn't ignore the problem any longer, So I quit my apprenticeship, left the guild hall, and moved to working in the mines. There were rare occurrences where my height was a boon in the mines, but as fate or nature would have it, I grew even taller over the next few years. I got used to spending my days crawling or ducking through all the passageways. Most were so cramped that I couldn't even swing a pick, so I was relegated to carrying water and candles and pushing ore carts. At least it was something. They nicknamed me the Mule. I don't think they meant it in a kind way, but I didn't really care. I thought it was a gift, the day we found that open cavern, at least 15 feet tall and just as wide. I could stand, and there was a rich ore deposit that only I could reach easily. Finally, I'd have my chance. I'd have my purpose again. Myself and 5 other gnome miners were assigned to work that chamber. It was tight for all of us to be in there, but the workshop had a big project and the ore was needed quickly. For 2 weeks, we mined from dawn till sundown just as fast and as hard as we could. I was happy, and I was finally making friends. But I guess fate wasn't done with me. There was a cave-in and we were trapped. For 4 days we sat and waited, knowing, hoping the other miners would be digging us out. My fellow miners, my new friends, thanked the gods I was with them for light and heat and some warmth. And that's when I knew I'd found my true usefulness and purpose. I really did have a place in my village and my home and with my family. On the 5th day, we heard them coming, their picks ringing out on the rocks just feet away. So we stood up to make room for them to break through. I stood up. I just stood up. The explosion was deafening. My father later told me that gas must have collected in the top of the cavern, and my hair ignited it. The blast blew out the last of the blockage in the tunnel leading to us, and as the rescuers came in, what they found were the 5 miners, my friends, lying dead at my feet, burned to a crisp, and me standing in the middle of them, deafened and dumbstruck. I don't know how they got me out. Everything was a blur over the next few days as grief swept through the village. I had sustained my fair share of wounds and was being cared for in my home. My parents were out helping other families, and like a vulture, the deacon came. It was late morning, and I recognized where he was from immediately. One of the elders had warned me of the Temple of Purity and what had happened to other children of the lost. I was terrified of him. He spoke just a few words to me, and suddenly, I wasn't in control of myself anymore. He led me into town and made me tell the guild hall and all the gnome elders that I was going to leave with him. He told them how good it would be for the village and how this was for mine and their own safety. He made me tell my friends how I would miss them while I was screaming inside for them to please help me. He took me to my parents, and I knew they would see through this lie and stop the deacon. As my mother looked in my eyes, I was sure she would see my terror and know this wasn't what I wanted. But she kissed me on the cheek and told me she loved me for being so strong. My father told me he was proud of me for doing this, as in my mind I begged him to save me. I just kept saying over and over, "Dad, Dad, please, Please save me. The deacon, he shot me an evil smile as he led my parents away and consoled them by telling them what good care he would take of me. The deacon then put me up on his wagon, sitting me next to him, and my body waved goodbye to everyone as we drove out of town. The tears pouring down my face were mistaken for sorrow from leaving instead of the terror screaming inside of me. That night, he put me in the box, filled it with water, and nailed the lid shut.
Hearing all of this and seeing where this conversation is going, and knowing the next part of this story, Iska wants to speak up. Iska, not really knowing what else to do, honestly, in this situation, decides to do the one thing that she can do, the thing that she thought and hoped brought comfort to Gandry throughout the night before. Iska quickly, with her violin behind her somewhere, begins to sing. Hopefully to provide some of that comfort that she could before. She begins to sing, and what she sings is not a song she's sung before. It's not a song that she even knows. It's a song she just puts together, a melody she hopes to latch onto. And as she sings, she has certain images in her mind. She thinks back to the fight at the waterfall and seeing Celia damaged, torn by one of the hounds. She thinks to the dust storm and seeing Luck take a massive blow to protect her. She thinks back to the pious paladin, even when she was cut down by a shadow. She remembers being almost torn into the maw of one of those awful hounds. She sees all those, but she remembers what follows from all of those situations. She remembers that Celia got back up and Celia finished that fight. That Luck, too, was raised in the middle of that storm. That Luck, speaking of Luck, he was the one who put Iska on his shoulders when she could no longer walk after the fight with the shadows. That Axel had been there to raise Iska again after the fight with the hounds, and after Kel was the one to sever that hound's tongue and protect her. She remembers all those things, but more than anything, she remembers Gandry and what he looked like when he came out of that box, and what he looks like now. Just a night before, he was barely able to talk. He couldn't talk. He wanted to give up, but he chose not to. In the same way that we all have chosen not to give up before. And she remembers Luna's words that if you do not have a family, we can be yours. And she hopes now that as she sings, the song can give Gandry that feeling once again, that with the right people in the right places, you can survive and you can live.
I'm hoping that Good Guy Pie comes back, so and I'll fix all the cameras then. But while this is just between me and me and Bird, I just fix the two so you can see us stream. So for the rest of you, the players in the stream, you hear Iska begin to sing, and it's the first time you've really heard her voice without her violin. Her first time she's really just singing solo. And at first it's just simple notes of beauty and calm. But as she continues, it's almost like it's not her voice anymore. It's an older, more resonant voice. And even though she's the only one singing, another voice joins in. And the song becomes like the music you first heard Iska play at Morgan's Creek. It has power like that music had. And as she sings, these notes are like a language, invoking the images of the frailty of the human form and how hopeless that can sing. The song continues. It seems to then reject that reality. And as it does, a strange vibration seems to fill the song and the air around you. An almost electric feeling of anticipation. And when that moment of anticipation breaks, all of you see the world around you change. The fire no longer crackles and burns randomly. It seems to coalesce into a perfect, symmetrical flame. Small pebbles and leaves around the campsite seem to almost vibrate and lift off the ground as though affected by some unseen force. There's this break in that anticipation, and Iska's face becomes almost perfectly calm, and a third voice joins in. And this voice is like nothing any of you have heard before. It's an ancient, eternal resonance that seems like it could cut through not only the planes of existence, but the fabric of reality itself. Where the second voice seemed to be carrying the strange magic on the sixth line of music above the normal staff in the music that Iska had played before. This voice seems to be singing from almost a seventh line that would exist below the staff. I'm just going to fix these really, really, really quick for just so that me and Iska are seen. Sorry, folks, for the little interruption, but I want you all to see all this. So just give me one quick second.
While we're waiting for the adjustment, we can do the pun of the week because we haven't done that
yet. You are
yet.
not doing the pun of the week right now. I'll get people in the right place. So back. So this voice is like nothing you've heard before. It's this ancient, eternal resonance that seems like it can cut through not only the planes of existence, but through the fabric of reality itself. You know, it's this seventh line of music below the staff. The three voices of Iska's song now begin to focus on strength and resilience and this unbreakable will, a rejection of physical harm and death. The imagery and tones of the song then turn and focus as Iska's focus turned to Gandry as well in his story, his journey through the darkness and his flame and life being reborn. And as it does, now Iska's voice returns to join the other three. That familiar, pure voice you know, Iska's very human voice, but filled with power and conviction. An oath of care and protection over those around her. The other three voices seem to fade away. And the song ends as it began, with Iska singing simple notes. of beauty and calm. So that's what everyone around the campfire was hearing. Iska, as you sing, you look into Gandry's face, and your vision seems to blur. At first, you believe it's tears, but then you realize this is a vision. You see Gandry. He's healthy and whole. His legs are strong and straight, and while still lean, his frame is no longer emaciated. You see him pick up a piece of dried wood and take it to a splitting log. His hair blazes brightly as he swings an axe overhead and splits the dry wood into a hearth-sized piece. Your vision expands outward, and you see that he's at an outdoor fire pit. And he's cooking. It's a large assortment of different meats and vegetables over bright burning coals as he feeds these freshly split woods into the fire. You see him inhale deeply, and his shoulders relax, and he smiles. And your vision comes back to you as your song ends.
As I come out of that vision, same like spark of energy comes to Iska, and she relays that vision to everyone. She turns to Gandry and says, "Gandry, I saw you. I had another vision. Your spark is back. Your flame, it's back. You're strong. You're splitting wood. You're cooking. I smelled something. I smelled this cooking. This." And she turns to Luck, and she says, "You're cooking. I smelled like the feast at Verdant Falls, like the food you make for Luck's cooking was strong and vibrant throughout."
You hear Gandry's voice pick back up, and he goes, "It was the first thing I experienced when you lifted me out of that box." And he looks to Luck. "As you cradled my head into your shoulder, my first breath was filled with this wonderful smell of your cooking. It's how I knew it wasn't a delusion or a dream or another nightmare, because nothing I could have imagined could smell so alive, so full of hope and care and love. I'll never forget it. It was the smell of my rebirth and my choice that I would indeed live." When he finishes, Iska passes out.
Iska!
You all rush over. She doesn't seem to be damaged anyway, but she seems to be experiencing something. Her eyes are rapidly moving underneath of her, under her eyelids. Iska, you find yourself floating in darkness. And down below you, you see this vast, color-filled landscape stretching as far as the eye can see for leagues, miles, maybe eons. As your consciousness descends down on it, you see it filled with all sorts of different colors and patterns. And there are places where it almost seems three-dimensional, and then other places where it seems as though there's not much to it at all. it's almost incomprehensible in its complexity. But as you continue traveling forward over it, you see in front of you what seems to be a void. A place that this seems to be flowing out from this circular area that is possibly the center of where this is all coming from, where once there was nothing, and then suddenly this giant tapestry is forming. And there around this hole, working furiously, you see 3 hunched figures working, creating possibly this tapestry. And you hear 3 voices arguing. "Sister, what have you done? It is mine and mine alone to cut the threads. The impetuous girl thinks herself a singer of the fates already." Another voice kicks in. "Yes, yes, you and your shears always cutting, but never taking measure. Look what this turn of the skein has done. Threads that were never meant to cross now align, and all these others. Well, you see what happens to the others and how their fates have changed." A third voice chimes in. "Yes, but see how the tapestry is affected? She was always destined to sing for us, but this, a fourth song of fate. And with this development, our other 3 songs are no longer shrouded from her or the other. It accelerates things. The complexity compounds long before we thought it would. One false step and it all... Ah, sisters, she listens." The second voice now returns. "Iska, child, the creation of the song is a wondrous, wondrous thing. Only a chosen few are able to achieve such a feat, and then only when all the elements of the cosmos align for them. Such creation is neither subtle nor without consequence. The chorus of the muses is but a collection of nursery rhymes compared to what you have created. For eons there were but 3 chords of the fates, but now you have created a 4th. That creation has broken the shroud that has kept our 3 songs hidden for centuries, but now they are exposed. The deep music is now accessible to those who know how to listen for it and heed its call. Your time as a fate singer has come much sooner than expected, but now you are our voice on the mortal plane, and as such it falls to you to retrieve the other 3 chords of the fates. Have no doubt that from this moment on there will be others searching for them as well. You must find them first, and protect them at all costs, for the stakes are no less than the control of fate itself." She now, you look and are able to see under her cowl, and you see her face, and then it shifts to another face, and another face, one after, rapidly progressing. She is every face, every ethnicity, every different arrangement of features, every color, and she seems to look at you and take measure to see how you're handling what you were just told, and whether truly the fates can trust you in this task. You are able to communicate briefly.
And these chords you speak of, these notes, I'll find them. I'll make them mine. I'll sing a song like none have sung before. I promise you.
I believe that you will. You will be able to find them as all things of Oz are found, through a twist of fate. And with that, she pushes you away, and you fall back into your body. And you will find within your handouts that you know a new spell. Where are you? You have learned a new spell on this realm and in this place. Your first composition of music of this power. And a fourth, apparently, chord of fate, which is a song. It is... Let me do this correctly so everyone can see it. It is called Gandry's Armored Heart. Do you want to read it for everyone?
The vocal song of unbreakable spirits and a burning will to live, when sung as a reaction, makes the target immune to all physical damage and unable to drop below 1 HP until the end of the following round.
You awaken at the great campfire with your concerned friends surrounding you.
Iska, come back to us.
She opens her eyes and I think just looks up. And again, one of those rare moments I think where Iska is a bit speechless. That's a lot to take in. But she does say the title of that song. She does look to Gandry and say, Gandry's Armored Heart. That's what we'll call that one.
Gandry smiles, knowing that his life has been saved by all of you. The morning continues on. What are y'all's plans for the day? By your estimation, y'all are about a half a day out from Sojourn's crossing. I almost said it.
Oh, I watched.
I almost said it.
We need to get Gandry to the safe place, the safe house.
I agree.
Yes.
Iska, are you? I've got. Iska, are you all right? Are you hurt? Do you feel nauseous? Have you been bitten by any bugs? Have you eaten any weird plants?
She'll laugh at that. It's really funny. No, she'll look to Luck as she, kind of regains her footing and just say, I've never felt better.
She's horribly ill, according to Luna.
Luna does not believe that you are not horribly ill.
Nope.
And keeps sort of messing, keeps double checking you, triple checking you, making sure you're not feverish.
And the whole while Iska's got her book out, is taking notes, is writing feverish notes, and making little sketches, and just anytime Luna butts in to try to check, she's just kind of working wiggling her way away from Luna.
All right. Just, for the majority of this trip, I want you to sit in the cart, though. Okay. I'm just a little concerned.
It's interesting. Grain, in a remarkably calm way, has come over and sat sort of in your lap, so you're kind of having to do the, reach over top of him, and he just sort of has curled up in your lap, Iska, to dogs know stuff.
That's a good boy. Keep her
Sage
company.
words.
So, what are y'all's intentions? I believe I got everyone right. We're through all the level ups. Yes.
I believe so.
Yep.
Yes.
And yeah, you guys, what are you all planning?
Oh,
Uh,
we're getting there, I think.
They were going to start breaking camp, and
Yep.
who? I think it was Luna and Celia. Or was it maybe Celia that had the directions to the safe house?
That was me.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, I've got the hold on, I've written down the name. The
Unseen shield.
Unseen Shield. Yep. There you go. There it is, right there. Unseen Shield. I've got the little symbol badge thing on me. So yeah. It was meet with. This is Luke's look right here. He's already forgotten the name. Like, A. It began with A.
Agatha.
Agatha. Yes, we had to meet with her. I remember that.
Mm,
Then Luck, you lead us, take us there.
So
We shall.
yeah, all roads lead to Sojourn's Crossing. So
good old Soul Crow.
good old Socro. Yeah, y'all are headed down the road. As you get closer, you do see more people walking towards Sojourn's Crossing. You see where more wagons seem to be on the road heading into town.
The closer we get to town, Luna's going to make sure that both Gandry and herself are covered up, like face and everything.
Okay. Yeah, Gandry, as we said, his hair has fallen out, so he does not have a flaming head of hair.
Sure.
I want everyone to do an intelligence check. And actually, I'm going to say Iska and Luck with get advantage on this.
Intelligence check.
I am Luke.
Whoa!
Knowledge is my thing.
This actually kind of works out with where I was looking for. Yeah,
2 in a row.
both Luck. Let's see, certainly. Oh yeah, and of course, Celia notices. With Gandry's skin color, it's sort of an ashen gray right now, but certainly towards the darker side. And since all of you, and actually I should have said Celia had advantage on this as well because I forgot she spent her first night there, are reminded of the keeper of the tavern wagon in Liam's tavern, which were very dark-skinned folks. His whole family, all being shadow folks of the Zingolia, who had this very dark ebony skin, and both currently between the one that you found at the Green Dragonflight Syndicate and Celia's, you do have 2 disguise kits that could easily probably just darken Gandry's skin a little bit, and he would pass as a member of that race. Luna, on the other hand, is going to be a little more difficult.
I was just gonna Luna would probably ask Iska to do that spell before that she did to.
Yep, and it lasts 6 hours, so she'll probably wait until it becomes necessary. But it's a quick play for her to disguise you.
Sure. Okay. And I think also while we're on the way in, Luna will actually she'll probably just ask Gandry about the differences between what he can actually do as a fire genasi, because she doesn't know. She's water, she's literally never met another one before. So just out of curiosity, she'll ask questions about that.
Right now, in his exhausted state, I mean, he'll tell you, mainly, he had his hair, which would blaze, and he kind of sheepishly admits that it would sometimes flare up if he got excited. But the only real thing he is able to do is he's not able to do it right now, but he tells you, and as he had said in his story, is able to conjure fire into his hand.
Gotcha. All right.
As we're proceeding, I'm going to kind of do my scouting thing again, although this time, since there are more people increasing as we get closer to civilization, as it were, I'm going to be trying to be more stealthy.
Okay. If you'll do me a stealth check, please.
Good Lord, my rolling today.
You think you're being sneaky, but it's also wide open plains. I think probably even as you do this, you realize it's while not a crowded road, it's most people you've seen on the road. It's, people heading either in just daily for market from sort of outlying farms, or folks who are part of a caravan or a small group of wagons passing through, or even people who seem to maybe have all their belongings with them to maybe pick up a caravan at Sojourn's Crossing from the surrounding areas. So it's a fairly, you are staying fairly unnoticed, but there's lots of people around and everyone's sort of keeping an eye out on each other. Yeah, I could have made you roll a perception, but yeah, that's what you saw. Anything, other preparations you would like before you approach the gates of Sojourn's Crossing? And when I say gates, that's a very loose term. Sojourn's Crossing is sort of more a split fence around the outside of it. It's not a super reinforced type town. Mainly, it's any type of wall would be the close placing of buildings that you would see around it. So yeah, actually, guys, why don't we? A couple of our players need bio breaks. We have pun of the week to do, and I can do all of our hooks and plugs for our charity as well. So I'm gonna let my players, now that we're sort of before we get into the next piece of it, guys, anyone who needs bio, go ahead and do that. Luna, actually, I'm gonna let you go ahead and do pun of the week. And oh darn, I'm gonna miss it. Take over for me.
I can wait till you're back.
Well, no, this is true. This is true.
I was gonna say, everyone, run!
It's a pun
She's
break.
doing pun of the week, run!
Yeah, go.
But I gotta go.
All right,
Some
what's the
people
pun of
just
the week?
don't appreciate my art.
I'm
But that being said,
We're here.
this
I'm waiting.
week's pun of the week. What do you call a shaking cow?
What?
Beef jerky.
Yeah.
That's even worse than usual.
I found it. I found one of the chords of fate. Was
Yeah.
it?
It's the chord of
It's the
disappointment.
quarter. Yeah. No, I need to go to the bathroom for sure.
I'll
You
see
guys-
y'all in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
you,
yeah.
Bumpy.
See you
Okay.
Safe drive.
I'll do some hooks and plugs. So
Oh, okay,
yes,
go plug.
we are a D&D stream. We run this stream 100% for charity. All donations go to a charity. We change charity each and every month. This month we are supporting the Lamb Foundation, and
Wow, did we really
it
deserve
is
every? Oh no, we.
it helps for a rare disease which isn't well known, which can cause sort of growths within the lungs and air sacs, which makes a struggle with breathing and such. And there's no known cure for it, and there's not much awareness for this. So it'd be very great to sort of get the word out for this one, and get the word out for all sorts of charities. But this one sort of is a bit of a what so one resonates with me a bit because I know people who personally suffered from this, which is a it hits close to home with this one, and I think it's very good for what for what is needed for it. So any donations, small or big, or just retweeting, getting the word out, will help. And of course, come here every Saturday to enjoy some fun old streams of the Vice with this amazing crew we have. And on Sundays, Dungeons and Coffee, or our little talk show, which is our wind down, which consists of most of us and sharing some opinions, some thoughts, and just some general chatter with other DMs once in a while.
Very good. I assume Celia said Jeanette's changing locations.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes. While we're talking about our charity of the month, for those of you new to the stream and our longtime regulars, just do a quick rundown of our different levels. For $1, you can give a player a D10 healing dice to be used as a free action. $2, you can give a player advantage that they can use on any roll. I think except for death saving throws, obviously.
Yeah.
3, give a player a D12 bardic inspiration to be added to a roll. Give a player a natural 20 for $5. $10 this month only. Give a player a Beacon of Hope gem that lets them cast Beacon of Hope, which maximizes healing and gives advantage on death saving throws. For $15, give a player a potion from Emmy's Illustrious Libations. $25, add a uncommon item from Agatha's souvenir bin to the next loot haul for a specific player. They come in very handy, let me tell you. And $50, our other this month only level. Add a rare magical item to the next loot haul for a specific player.
Very nice. Thank you. Guys, like we said, even just getting the word out is much appreciated on some of these charities. So don't feel as though you have to donate or whatever or anything like that. We just want to bring awareness is our number one goal, and certainly anything that people are able to donate is always appreciated. But like we said, not at all necessary as part of being a part of our community, our channel. We greatly appreciate everyone from just tuning in and being interested in the story that we're trying to tell. And we hope that you guys all enjoy it. So that is that. Actually, why don't we, do we want to go ahead and do the potions? We need to roll for potions here.
That's true.
Yes.
Why don't we go ahead and do that for the folks who are here, and we'll have the rest of the people who do it. That way we can jump through this fairly quickly. Let me see.
Thank you for stopping by. Hello, Sweetie 82.
Thanks, hello, sweetie.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Hello, Sweetie.
There you go.
Oh, that was very well done.
Let me see. Where is? I gotta find where I got the sheet.
You know what? Just for troll, especially since Jay missed the other one, I'll give you a bonus pun. Just for troll.
No.
Bonus fun.
What's a pig's favorite karate move?
What is it?
Pork chop. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
You're terrible.
Some backstory about Emmy's potions. Emmy is a character that I personally made.
He's true.
He's a wonderful gnome, and he has been killed and revived in many different campaigns.
That is true.
And he likes potions. There we go.
Yep. No. So if you guys all can roll a D33 for me.
Ooh. D33.
13. I like that. Oh, it's unlucky.
33.
Oh, just me. 13. The unlucky number for me, of course.
So let's just go from the top.
Ooh, blackjack.
Oh, do you got 21?
I did.
Okay, so 13 for our
games.
buddy Luck. Interesting. You get an elixir of health, which is when you drink this potion, it cures any disease afflicting you and removes the blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poison conditions.
Hey.
We just used up the rest of that splorch gland, so that's
perfect.
That's actually perfect timing. Hidden by Axel Templar, you got an 8. Interesting. Boy, he's gonna have fun with this. Potion of Growth. Basically, you drink this potion, you gain the enlarge effect of the enlarge reduce spell for 1d4 hours.
Perfect.
No concentration required. giant Axel. That's kind of terrifying.
Well, considering there is also a mini Axel that may be happening.
Oh, true. Yes. 5, Iskatol. Potion of Animal Friendship, which basically is you are basically able to cast the Animal Friendship spell. DC 13 for 1 hour at will. Luna 21, Blackjack.
Jack.
Our monkness, I should say, not monkeyness. Potion of Invulnerability.
Ooh.
For 1 minute after you drink this potion, you have resistance to all damage.
Nice. Oh wait, all damage? Sweet.
Resistance to all damage, not immunity, a resistance.
Resistance.
Oh yeah. Oh darn. Yeah.
Only resistance? Oh, that's a weak ass person.
Yeah, I mean, who needs
Just half damage for all damage
Oh,
types.
yes.
Note to self.
Oh.
Make her burn that soon.
I do what?
And when Danny gets back, and remind me to have Danny and Celia roll when they get back. But yeah, so anyway, so I was trying to think, do we have any other business to go through? I don't think that we did. Actually, we'll do it tomorrow morning or whenever. There are donation pieces that we need to get in place. The big one is that everyone has 5 advantages.
Yep.
And then there's some nat 20s and some other stuff. Not going to be a whole lot of critical rolling going on. I know. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a
We already
critter. I
had
admit it.
the
We're
day. I mean,
already leeching off their popularity. Come on.
So anyway, so we don't completely come to a complete halt. Let's go ahead and if any, like I was saying, any last pieces. Roll me a D33, Danny, for your potion.
Any last things? Luck would put on his good shirt.
Okay. Luck puts on his
Good.
good shirt. Your good pants are taken, man. No way Grain is getting rid of the good pants.
yeah,
We
I
don't
mean,
get the good ones. We've got the good shirt.
Trolls meat at $11. Pork chop, ha ha ha. NG9.
Yes!
Here, take some tokens of my laughter. 1 healing die, 1 advantage, 1 inspiration, and 1 nat 20.
Ooh.
Across
Thank
the
you.
board. Look
all
at
the
that.
things.
Woo,
It
all
helps
the
if I
things.
roll. It helps if I roll and roll 20 and not in Twitch chat.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Did you do that as well?
Every
Yes, I
time.
did.
A 15. Oh, this is interesting for Kel, huh? Potion of Clairvoyance. When you drink this potion, you gain the effect of the Clairvoyance spell. An eyeball bobs in this yellowish liquid but vanishes when the potion is opened. I actually don't. I'd have to look up the Clairvoyance spell. I have no idea what all
You
that
got to
does.
drink the worm. That's how
You
it
have to
works.
drink the worm, man. Yeah,
Yep.
you gotta drink the eyeball.
Gotta drink it all.
Yeah. So anyway, final preps. We'll assume that Celia is being roguey. In fact, as we go in, so I can roll her a stealth roll, but I'll give it to her that she knows how to get around in cities unseen, especially an unwalled city. What's a 1d6 for Luna?
Staff recharge. I forgot
Oh,
to.
staff
roll
recharge.
it.
Okay. Yep. That's cool. So Luck puts on his good shirt, getting ready for first appearance into Socro. Sorry. And Sojourn's Crossing.
Socro.
And anything else that anyone is wanting to do before entering your destination for the last, I guess, week?
I know Iska's going to do the illusion thing, but I would still like to have some sort of like hood thing for.
Yep, you have your hooded
yeah.
cloak that you're able to
Okay,
wear.
great.
no
Yeah,
problem.
I was
I'll
going to
do
ask
that.
if you wanted me to do that. So
Yes, and she
Absolutely.
does.
Yeah.
okay.
And would that be happening would that affect Gendry as well, or?
No, it's only one person. Well, you might have been gone. You guys did remembered the leader of the owner of the tavern cart was one of the shadow people of Zengolia. So we'll say that Celia, because she's proficient in it, basically uses some of the components, probably like a charcoal, very easily to darken his skin, and is a fairly good approximation of one of the shadow folk of Zengolia.
Well, yeah. Axel has a disguise kit as well, so he
Right.
would. If she has one as well, then it's fine. But he'll get involved and
Yeah, the two of you
help.
could work together. She's proficient in hers from her roguiness,
but
so
he will
actually, you can
help
learn
her.
a few things as well. So
Yeah, and he will, he will help her learn, be interested in, of course, and be interested in Gendry. Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So you guys begin heading into Sojourn's Crossing. Basically, like I said, it is a fairly open city. There's a picket type fence around the outside of it. Sometimes it goes to sort of in split log, sort of open fencing. It's more maybe to keep livestock and things in, but even so, the gates are pretty much wide open. There are many buildings around the outer edge of Sojourn's Crossing. So while it's not walled, there is structures pretty much all the way around the perimeter. It's on a sort of little bit of a raised plateau, not big. Maybe in a super rainy season, the area around it might get a little muddy and mucky, but it's not like there's a moat around it or anything like that. It's just sort of a depression. They built it on a hill here on the Dragon Gust Plains, and over the years, just from traffic, it's kind of gotten worn down to almost be a flat plateau. But there's sort of a general rolling contour to Sojourn's Crossing.
Before we fully get into town,
Yep.
At some point when it's apparent we're like you're getting there, and at a moment where it's just us and we're not being seen, I'm going to turn into a squirrel.
Okay.
And get up on Luna's shoulder.
Actually, that's a question. Is this effectively effectively this would possibly be the largest town that some of us have actually ever seen.
Other than Cilia, it is absolutely the largest town that any of you have seen, because even, it's the largest town because not even any of you who might have done traveling did not pass through Sojourn's Crossing. So, yeah, it's new. Your characters would be acting appropriate for them on their first trip to a large metropolitan area, even though it's not necessarily a metropolitan area.
Yeah.
Also hiding.
What's this? There's people all around.
And like I said, basically, you're approaching. It's probably 11 o'clock, right around lunchtime ish. Lots of buildings are on the outer perimeter of this. Very few have windows, or if they do, they're sort of on a second story. So there's almost like as though it's walled just from the backs of these buildings. Most all of them seem to face inward. There are alleyways and other things, narrow passages between. There is runoff from any kind of drainage, or this is fantasy world where people toss their night pots out the window to the side and let them sort of run out. So it doesn't stink, because again, the nice part about the Dragon Gust Plains is in fact there is always a breeze blowing through. But you guys will be coming in on the road from Anvil Forge. So you will be coming in, basically, if you think of a clock, you're coming in at sort of around 10:30, 11 o'clock. So between the western quarter and the northern quarter. So as you walk in, Kel, just so we know, who are you perching on? Luna. So you all are coming in between the eastern quarter and the northern quarter. I'm sorry, western quarter and northern quarter. So as you come into town, to your left-hand side, to the west, what would be the northern quarter, you see this is sort of a marketplace type area. There are multiple buildings, and the interesting part is you see some that are occupied and some that are not, and a lot of them are almost like a glorified parking spot for a wagon. There are true shops that are here, but you can see that there's others that just sort of seem to be kind of a roof and maybe 3 walls that surround a wagon that has been set up inside of the perimeter of this sort of little slot, little lean-to, whatever you want to call it. Extra protection, not really a building, but more here's where you can park your car, open up, possibly sell your wares.
Like a market stall.
Yeah, our modern equivalent, a market stall from like a flea market type idea, or Farmers market. Thank you. Couldn't come up with the word. That's what you see sort of to your left-hand side, which would be the northern quarter. To the western quarter, actually fairly nice homes. They look like residential sort of homes on that side. Many of them are 2-story. And you do see that people, some of these look out over top of the northern quarter. The other thing that, while not right up next to you or first noticeable, you do see there are sort of large, completely windowless buildings within the northern quarter. And it seems like across from many of these, some of the nicest houses seem to be situated directly across from any of these big, larger, almost, for your experience, barn-like structures. Yeah, I'm not even going to give you all a roll. You don't immediately identify what they would be. But as you continue further in, no one seems to be giving you much notice. Pretty much everyone's all about their own business. Places to go, people to see. You do see a couple wagons that come in from behind you. Sort of hurry forward. Another couple people with just like wheelbarrows and stuff will immediately turn off into the northern quarter, maybe taking restocking a store or something along those lines. But for the most part, everyone sort of seems to be going straight on the road that seems to be heading more towards the center of town. Is there anything you all would like to do while you're... I'd say right now you're probably, if we'll call it a clock, you all are 2/3 of the way in from where you can see in front of you this road ends in a large open sort of square, town square. I mean, and y'all don't really even know what town square is, other than an open clearing where there don't seem to be buildings up ahead and some green space.
I know about a town pit.
You do know about a town pit.
And I just want to say, Templar can or someone else can totally go first. I just want to say I really appreciate you asking. You all are in a busy city. Is there anything you'd like to do? And like mirror reactions on my screen of me and Templar going,
Yeah,
Yes.
Everything.
But I want to touch.
All the things.
Yeah, no, but
I want to, before everybody jumps in, just make a note that I want to specifically be observing racial mix. How many different races are there, and do I see any wood elves?
Okay.
Find his brother somehow.
Interesting.
So Axel's sort of been, on edge. He's been staying on this cart for, the ride in.
Oh yeah. You are a cat that's been cooped up in a wagon for
but
day and a half.
he is like, he's sort of like clinging on, like, he hasn't. But he's sort of hanging onto the edge, sort of thing, holding on, leaning on the cart, and then sort of comes through the gate. He sees all this, and he is off. He's off the cart, rushing through this. Yeah, he is heading through these people. He is heading through these people, working his way around. He's exploring all these carts. And actually, if there's like roofs nearby, he actually might attempt to climb. Because I'm presuming these houses.
Yes.
Yeah. So he might actually end up like on top of a house or something.
Oh yeah, no. These little sort of lean-tos are easy climbing. So yeah, you could easily.
But do they get a lot of height for them? Like,
not 2-story, 1-story. I mean, it would get you high enough to get a little bit better view. I'd make you do a check to get all the way up on one of the house roofs.
Yeah. Well, he'll pop up and probably on one of the lean-tos, take a look around, get an idea of where things are, and then he'll be back down. So you might see him climb up onto a lean-to and then back down, and he's mostly exploring around the caravans that are there, the ones that are open,
Open.
and selling things.
So yeah, you see
for now
such a variety of different goods and services. I mean, some things you identify from being with Liam's caravans. You see, obviously, a blacksmith. Obviously, actually, I'm sorry, you do not see a blacksmith here because this is not where blacksmiths are located. But you see glass blowers, trinket sellers, vegetable carts, livestock carts, truly everything and multiples of everything. Oh, here's this one that's got this type of vegetables, but they have this type of vegetables, and some others have fruits. And then you have trinkets, and some look very expensive. Some are closed and have closed actual glass cases that things are kept in that you've not seen before, that they have things in. You see all sorts of different types of people from different places, races you've never seen before. You see weapons vendors. You see a one shop that has a very loud lady in it that has some of the most things you've never seen before, fancier things you ever. And as you start to approach, you notice there is not a half orc, a full orc sitting snoozing sort of on the front of that. And as you approach, snoozing, but kind of with one eye open type idea. I don't know if you want to continue to get closer.
Orc's kind of scary, and he's read about them, but at the moment, I don't think he really concerns himself too much. I mean, he is, he looks over these things. He doesn't touch. This, of course, they invite him to. But
someone's selling trinkets a little further down, and
and then he moves on. He looks over and then moves on, and then I think he's probably going to do this for like I don't know how long, probably 10, 15 minutes. And then he's going to realize something, climb back onto top of one of those lean-tos, try to spot their car, and rush back to join
we'll say
them.
that before they reach the center of town. You actually probably hear and see. It might have even been Luck's voice that you heard that you were like, oh, whoops, and head back in. But yes, you are filled with the sights and smells of all sorts of different things. I'm not going to make you do it because you specifically said did not touch.
I mean, he's gone up and like, oh, what's this? And then he hasn't actually gone to take anything or pick up anything.
Okay. Yeah. Because I was going to see if you got distracted and stole something by accident.
Accidental thief.
But that's fine.
Not
you said you didn't touch things, and we're being
ones,
careful, so we will leave it at that. Anyone else? Iska, town. You've been around other caravans that crossed your own that were large, but I mean, this is that times 10, if not times 20 of sights and sounds and things.
I think the sounds in particular, like this amount of people gathered together, this many disparate voices, this many different things happening, is probably this entirely new, like, collection of noises she's never experienced before. So while the sights are amazing, and considering the conversation that was just had in some astral realm before this, I think she's totally lost in the sounds of the city. Like I said, completely unfamiliar to her. And there's also part of her that does want to stick close to the wagon with, trying to protect Gandry and get him somewhere safe. So she's reining in her like free roaming side and not like just running off and exploring, but she's definitely drinking in everything new here that she can hear.
Okay. No, that's great. So you have all of that going on. Let's see if I can actually get you all some music going on. Yeah.
Question. On our route, do I see any full orcs?
Not on your route. No, you do not see any full orcs. Yeah.
Do I see any humans?
Oh yeah, no. There's again, as far as your different. God, why can I not find what I want?
Yeah, the racial mix. I mean, is there
Yeah,
one
what-
race? Is it predominantly human with others scattered in, or is it pretty evenly
It's
mixed?
pretty equally distributed. You don't see, of course, any tieflings. You don't see any genasi walking openly around. But yeah, there's dwarves, humans, half elves, elves, elves of every subrace, dwarves of the different subraces. Truly, hey Griffin, how you doing? It is truly a very, very, very busy place compared to where you've been. You do see other wood elves, just because they're a part of the mix as much as everything else is.
A lot, a little, medium amount, equal amount.
I mean, in normal proportion to everyone else. I mean, because of you actually probably see more wood elves than high elves, just because this side of the Vice is certainly more rural than the others. But there are high elves as well, and then wood elves and. Okay, that cow is really loud. Sorry. Doing Sirenscape, and there's a really loud cow. Anyway, so yeah, no.
It's the beef jerky.
Yeah. So I would say it does. There's nothing that draws your attention or concerns you about the amount of wood elves that you see.
Okay. As I'm going through, then I want to be kind of mentally marking as I'm going past the wood elves, just trying to see, and maybe not necessarily just wood elves, but anybody that strikes me as possibly druidic.
Roll an investigation check. Not particularly.
All right.
So
then I guess the rest of my plan is just to stick with the wagon until we are able to get Gandry to where he needs to be.
Yep. Anyone else? Luna, what are you just in the back of the wagon with Gandry, or you are, I assume, disguised in the same disguise that you were in before? Iska, is that who you, the illusion you made?
Yeah, I think so, because that's an illusion of someone she knows would not be here nor have ever been here, so that's the safest route to go.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, I guess Luna, she must be in the back with Gandry, and then I guess just making sure Luck would keeping an eye out for Agatha's.
Okay.
Yep.
They told you that Agatha could be found in a place called the Cloak and Fireball.
Huh. I was wondering.
So keep an eye out for the Cloak and Fireball then.
We keep an eye out for. I would probably would there be the paladins and people like that about?
Paladins are hard to necessarily just pull out of the crowd type idea.
Are they really?
You definitely see there's people in full armor.
Does there look like there's righteous people about?
Is there anyone with glorious hair? I'm just.
I think that I'm going to just go by what Luck probably sees. Luck assumes most everyone is, a good person. So there seems to be lots of people. They're in armor. They're clean. They don't look as sort of rough and tumble type idea. Okay, why is this not showing up? Anyway, I would say that for the most part, yes, but I don't know if you're right or not. But yes, there are lots of people for Luck to make friends with.
Justice is everywhere.
Yes.
He's going to make friends
Luck
with
would
Spence
absolutely believe justice surrounds him in a place like this. You also see a couple of people who are obviously guards, town guards, who seem particularly righteous because they're in uniform.
I'll make sure I give them a good wave.
Yep. Yeah.
Down guards, we need a wave.
Yep. You've got your good shirt on. You're being luck. You are, saying hello. Being luck.
Oh, wonderful hat over there. Wonderful hat. Yes, you over there.
Yeah. Exactly. Very much so. So you guys arrive at sort of the center of town, and they do me an investigation check.
Just everybody,
Everyone can do an investigation check.
Oops.
That's a 15. That's not too bad.
Let's see if I roll another natural one.
Look at Kel with his 18.
Managed to roll a 2.
Nope.
Look at the
It's
Getting
brain.
better.
So I'd say pretty much, this was sort of a group check. Everyone at the same time, as you reach the center of town, you see literally, in fact, you almost kind of passed by it. What would be, if it weren't for this town square, the point of the northern quarter is occupied by a large 3-story building. And I need to bring it up. There it is. A large 3-story building. 2 stories, but then the roof is so steep it would actually probably be 3 all the way to the top, and you see little gabled windows sticking out of what would be the roof or a 3rd-story attic type idea.
Are there 7 of them?
Hey, Path Lovecraft, thanks for stopping in. You see there's sort of a little bit of a porch on the side that faces towards the thing, and you see an inn sign on it that's obviously the insignia of a cloak and a ball of fire shooting across underneath of it.
I'm picking up on this puzzle.
Look at you, right on top of it.
We
Axel's
found
climbing up
Sojourn's
the building.
Landing.
I'm so, I want to imagine Luke actually takes a second to realize there's writing or something above the picture, and he's like, what could this mean?
Yeah, because it does say cloak and fireball, big and sign in the middle.
Oh,
That's
Cloak
not an and, that's an
and-
ampersand. I knew it.
wait a second.
Cloak plus fireball equals cloak of
Cloak.
vision.
Cloak of Fools. Wait, oh no, I get this one. Cloak and Viable. No, Cloak and Fireball. That's what it says. I can read.
People.
I don't worry, guys. I can read.
Oh, dude, and it's after 2. I don't know if we're on there or not. Hi, Cloak and Blaster, if you guys are watching. That's the bar that actually carries our stream. The gaming bar that carries our stream here in Orlando.
Oh wow, awesome.
Hello, viewers.
Yeah, hello.
If you
is
have
it-
that. So Axel is going to be if it's 3 stories, is that taller than the other buildings?
Yes, it would be the tallest building in your view.
He's because how long has it been since he rejoined them?
You probably joined them right as they were pulling sort of into the center town square.
Okay, so no time has happened. Okay, he's sort of, he's got too many things to look at and be interested in. So he is actually going to hold off climbing the building for now.
Okay.
But he is, looking at everything. He's he's running around the square and sort of looking in every single window he can and
Yep.
such.
The square is fairly open. You can see that there's maybe a little fountain in the middle. Mainly, it actually looks like a watering hole for horses, any beasts of burden that have been carrying things. And actually, to the south, the biggest thing you notice is the whole southern quarter seems to be almost like a giant corral. Almost like it would be a farm with multiple different fences, fencing it off into smaller little, I don't want to call it pastures really, but containment pens where you see again that there seem to be some filled, some not filled. I'd say at this point probably about 2/3 of them are filled though, with livestock, with horses, oxen, obviously draft horses, things that probably pull wagons. And also down there, far off in the distance, you actually can see smoke rising out of one or two places, and even at this distance, can hear the clang, clang, clang of probably blacksmith working down near where the horses are all stabled. There are also a few stables and fully enclosed areas down there as well. So, you guys headed in. What are y'all up to?
Oh, it's like, all right, guys. Do you know what we're doing? Just go over it one more time.
Axel is elsewhere.
Axel.
No, that is not going to work on Axel. He is wandering, running around the area.
We
He's gone.
find Agatha.
Yes. Good. Now, why did that cat? Axel!
Good timing.
A rogue
Axel!
appears.
You sort of see him pop up, but one of the areas and what?
We're going in!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a wild Celia appears.
Yeah.
Oh, Celia, there's.
So yeah,
Scary.
y'all,
rolled a
you don't
20
even know.
again.
All of a
Damn
sudden,
it.
Celia has not been there, and suddenly there's Celia. Here you are
There she
inside,
goes.
at the middle of the town square. So tell you what, while I fix the cameras, someone fill Celia in on how you want to approach entering the Cloak and Blaster and finding Agatha, because Stroth did say this is a secret organization. So you do have a way to identify people that Luck has. So
Probably should put the necklace on. That might be useful.
One thing I would like to do is when is get off of Luna's shoulder, kind of go, I guess, under the cart, turn back into myself, crouching down, so I don't hit my head. Come back out, and I want to try and head for where I saw Axel's head pop out of the crowd, and go get him.
Yeah, he didn't get the idea that Luck actually wanted him to come over. So
Right.
yeah, but
I figured that much out, so I'm going to go get him. And
if Cal gets him, he'll be like, oh yeah, I saw this and I saw that, and this is really cool. And yeah, but he'll go with you. He's quite.
I will try and grab his attention, Axel.
Yes.
We have something important to do. You can look later. Focus.
Yes.
Stay with us,
okay.
please.
Yes. And
Boy.
he'll be quite willing to head back. Yeah.
All right, so we need to be, as Silly would say, stealthy. I believe is the word she used. We have this thing here, which is this symbol, which will be this is what we identify people with. Can't remember the exact words he used, but it was something about the eyes dazzle or sort of shine.
Yeah,
Yes.
it looks almost like a
Shine.
light, light reflecting, as though right now it doesn't currently have any carving of eyes, but where the eyes would be in the helmet, he said you would know it when you saw it. That it would look like just a glimmer of light to other people, but that if someone else is wearing one, you actually see it. On basically when this is when two people of this order are in proximity to each other, the eyes of the medallion sparkle.
So this is what we all use to find the person who we can trust. So as we all know, we don't reveal anything about what we're doing. We be happy. We play. We don't lie. We just twist the truth until we can be righteous.
Okay, you guys heading in, or anything further you want to do before?
I think Luna would probably actually stay with Gandry because I
Okay,
assume we're just
in the
gonna live
wagon?
In the wagon, yeah.
I will say, yeah, you do see there are other wagons with horses still hitched to them in this sort of center square, letting the horses water. So you could very easily go blend in. People are staying with those wagons. You see small children in the back of some of them, that type of idea. So, taking it, going over to and letting it the horse the horse's water with a wagon still attached does not seem to be something that would break the rules of the town. Anyone else staying with the wagon, or just Luna and Gandry in the wagon?
I want to be part of the party going inside to
Okay.
make initial
I
contact.
assume Axel wants to go inside.
I actually do not want to go inside. I will stay with Luna.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was actually considering sticking with Luna and Gandry, but if Kel's sort of staying out there, then he will go inside. He's quite willing to do either, really.
Okay.
Silly.
So,
Yeah, Celia will go inside.
okay.
Okay.
So we've got Luck, Iska, Axel, and Celia. That's right, yes. Heading inside. Luna, Gandry, and Kel are remaining with the wagon. They just sort of, if I don't know who is driving, whoever was driving can go and park it, and the three of you guys stay there. Kel, if you want to make a show of tending to the horses, you can, but it's not. Just sitting in the wagon seems to be fine too. You see lots of people just kind of have sort of plopped there for a little bit. It's, wagons come, wagons go.
I will tend to the horses. I mean, they need tending to.
Oh yeah, they've had a workout. So
Water will be
Grain
supplied
coming.
as usual.
yeah,
Is Grain with me?
Grain is with you if you want him to be with you. You can either leave him with the wagon, or you can, like I said, you can almost make a little papoose for him, and in the the good pants papoose, and have him sort of like almost he's small. He's a I don't know totally out of game. He's a whippet puppy, so they're not big.
So, yeah, I'll have him with me. So.
Okay.
I'll probably have him like up on my shoulder, so he's like.
Yeah, so the way that you sort of hook this, he has a place that he can sort of hide down inside, that he would be inside of it. But basically, as you're going inside, he 2 paws up, and he's right there beside you, sort of looking around.
Remember, people, first impressions is everything. That's what Mother said.
And with that, you guys, I gotta move you guys like a bazillion miles away. I didn't have this placed in the right place, so you're gonna swing by through Moritz Creek.
Are they double doors? Is my question.
They are double doors.
Yes.
Give me a second. Still getting you there. I should have moved this the other direction, but anyway. Whoop. There we go.
Have you all tried Loot Crate? Loot Crate. It's a wonderful service.
So
You guys walk into the Cloak and Fireball.
whoa, who
Oh,
are
you
these
know what?
people?
And you guys aren't on the map.
No,
Sorry.
I see me.
Do
my
you see
I
this?
see. I see an I see
Look,
another
look, that guy
version
looks
of
just like you and Axel.
myself.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
does.
there
Just
you
like
are.
you.
That's really weird, but I mean, who's that?
Said
Does
Celia
he bear a
is-
resemblance to Kel?
Oh, what? Looks a,
Oops.
looks a
Yeah,
little like
totally
Robert.
not you.
They look, man, those people look super familiar.
So familiar.
My God,
Yeah.
he disappeared.
He murdered
Whoa.
and broken.
What sort of magic do they have?
Yeah, sorry
When did
guys.
this happen?
Can you tell we got a little further today than I thought we were going to get?
Hashtag pro streamer shirt. coming in very-
Hashtag pro
Pro
streamer
streamer.
right here, being ready to go when I'm supposed to be ready to go, and I'm not ready at all.
I do the double door swing open to walk in.
Yeah, talk about cool things that you do to get inside of here.
I knew you were
going
gonna do that after saying let's be stealthy, let's play it low key, and immediately would turn around and kick the doors open. I knew that's why you asked.
That's low key in Luke's book.
Hashtag pro
Hey.
streamer.
Instead of saying hello everyone, he just goes hello.
Okay, so
he
yes,
doesn't
you,
shout it if it's any concern. He goes hello as he
and
walks in.
the reality is Luna is not there. Luna's outside. Kel is outside.
Meet me outside. Meet me outside.
Gotcha. So there, much better. So yeah, you guys sort of bang right on in to the Cloak and Fireball. It is a large open space as you walk in. It is actually two stories in this area, and there is a bar directly across from you that has large barrels behind it. There is a blue-haired dwarf who seems to be working furiously behind the bar, going between things, ordering people around, and seems to be kind of like in charge. back over there. Lots of different types of people, all sorts of different races from all different places at all the different tables around you. For the most part, it's a bustling tavern, which for a lot of you, this is a first of this size, certainly, this number of people for sure, and even this mix of different races. And as you come through the doors, and Luck goes, do your greeting again for me.
Hello!
From above the door, on a little way, you hear a voice call back. Hello, dears. How are you?
Whoa.
And
The voice
above
is
the door,
back.
you turn around and you see a drake, a little dragonling. Probably your first encounter with one. She has mottled skin that looks rather like a koi, just to let you guys get the picture in your mind. Except where the white and orange koi, so where the white is, it's almost opalescence and covered. Like when you look at an opal, you see those little bit of rainbow hues that go through it. And the orange places seem to almost glow with a little bit of an inner fire. As you look at her, you can see that this is an older, and certainly from her voice, an older creature, not knowing much about dragons. Well, actually, Axel, give me a intelligence check. You know lots about dragons.
Is Axel with us? He's not
Yeah, he went
Axel
in.
came in,
He
yeah.
wandered.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
I put. Yeah, he wandered in after the group of you. And what was it? What was the roll?
Intelligence, and you've got all your bonuses still.
Yeah. That's a 10.
So with a 10, this, you don't, certainly what you know of drakes, this drake could easily be 300 or more years old. And the little bit of lore that you know about dragons, that's about where you would place her, maybe older, maybe not. She has a pair of little gold rim circular spectacles perched on her sort of iguana-like face that has like a little strand of pearls that goes around the back of them. Her wings, I'm trying to think who grew up with older folks. You're an elf. Luck, you would certainly get this impression. Axel, you might even a little bit from Grom, or maybe some of Grom's hers. You know, she's a drake, so her wings attach to her arms, so to speak. And the way that they hang just reminds you of an older lady who sort of has the little floppy skin underneath of her arms. It's quite endearing. And she looks at you and goes, "Oh, hello, darlings. New faces. I have never seen you in here.
Oh.
I'm
Hi,
Agatha,
hello.
and welcome
Hello.
to the Cloak and Fireball."
Oh, I'm not Goldheart.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Luck Goldheart. Is this your first time to Sojourn's Crossing?
Yes, it's the first time out of my village, in fact.
Well, lovely to see you. Well, you look like you've had a bit of wear and tear over your trip. How are you doing? Are you all making all right?
Yeah, we've been fine. It's been. He's talking to this thing like the fact that she's like a drake does not phase him a bit. It's just very. Oh yeah, it was a bit of a difficult train. We came into a storm, some bandit attacks, a few
Oh,
wild
heavens.
dogs. It was a bit chaotic.
What an
but we got
adventure!
to the
You must have had quite a time of it.
Oh yes, I've learned so much and still have so many questions to be answered. But that's the part of adventure, isn't it?
Why, yes, it is. And you two lovelies, welcome. How are you? Looking at Iska and Luna.
Hi, you're a Drake. Hi, I'm Axel. Although my real name is hidden by Axel. But it's Axel, and I'm with Luck and Iska, and we were
And Celia,
we were just traveling. Yeah, we were just traveling, and then things, and then the adventures happened, and now we're here. And
Well,
it's
come in.
Yeah.
Find yourself a
Rustled in.
table and I'll be right over.
I feel compelled to go sit at this table for some reason.
You are welcome to be compelled to go sit at my pro streamer table.
And sit in this specific spot.
It was the other side. That's where Celia
Oh,
was.
was it that?
Yeah,
yes,
you
it
were
was
there.
Yeah.
Celia was there.
Axel was there.
Axel's going wherever he
Axel's
was
there.
right now.
Yeah. So Axel's wandering around.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't really settle. He sort of perches on the edge of the seat.
So, how can I help you all? What would you like to drink? And, if you were to order a plate of cheese along with whatever you got, I wouldn't be adverse to having a piece. Thorben, he doesn't let me have cheese, says it clogs me up, but I like it. Yes. And he sort of looks at Axel. Cat got your tongue.
Did you?
I love tobacco.
That's
jokes.
funny. I like it. Yeah. Why aren't you allowed cheese? But I would have something. I doesn't know.
Do you need to see a
I don't know what I
menu,
want.
or can I tell you about what all we have?
Maybe you tell me, because I don't really. I have never not been to a place like this. I mean, this is the first time that I've left my home or been anywhere like this. I mean, there was a place.
Really? How fascinating.
Yes. I just lived in the
Dwarven
forest and it was great.
stout. We have a lovely Dwarven stout and an elven ale as well. We have some High Mount sweet wine. The fireball meat pie. That's always a good crowd pleaser if you're quite hungry. Boiled cabbage, halfling bread. Of course, Margaret, she's gone in there. Always have her special that is quite tasty. Mad.
He sort of looks around at the others for like confirmation. Like, should he actually? He clearly wants to, but he is realizing, they're here for a reason, and he particularly looks at Luck. Do we do things? I don't know.
I'll go with a dwarven stout. I haven't had one of those.
Oh, certainly.
And I think, like, picking up on Axel's vibe there, Iska will say, we actually have a couple of friends outside too who would love to come in. And are there any rooms maybe for rent? A place to stay?
Oh, yes, we've got quite a few. It's filling up quick, though. It's springtime. Everyone trying to get through the vice before it gets too late along the day. Don't want to be there in the summer,
Absolutely, but we would absolutely love to have a place to stay here. A bit of a special request too, as she looks, also.
Oh, really? Special request.
Currently, Luck is actually looking around. As he's said it, he's sort of doing his meet and greet of just waving to everyone. But during that, he's actually doing something useful. He's looking for someone with a similar necklace to what he's currently wearing.
So do you have it out?
I have it out. I have it on my. I've been wearing it. Yeah.
Agatha at that looks at you and she goes, "Oh, a special request. I understand. Out in the cart, you say?"
Oh yeah, yes. Yeah.
And she calls someone over. I'll be right back. And you see her scurry off. And it's funny, she sometimes flies, but a lot of times you see her almost sort of like pop from the table, then up to the side, and then run across the top of it. And then she comes back. And as she comes back, a gentleman sort of walks over and joins you. And Luna, you...
I'm in the car.
Luna is in the car, never mind.
Silly
you
is
see
it?
a gentleman walk up to you, shaved head, wearing robes, and I'll even say the rest of you, while not the same as Luna's, are certainly in the same sort of vein as Luna's robes. And Agatha introduced you to this gentleman who steps forward, just to give you an idea of what he looks like.
I wish I was there.
He's giant.
He's not giant. This is just so y'all can see him and so the stream can see him. He walks up to you and Agatha goes, "This is Rennet. If you could just show him outside where your party is, he'll bring them in around the back and take them up."
Absolutely, and
He's like, do you have? He sort of he points at the symbol that acts that Luck
And
has.
yes, Rennert does in fact have one of these, and
Okay,
you can see that as the two of you are together, you can see that both of the eyes are. Again, it looks at anyone else would think it's just a weird glint of light, or maybe some special way that they cast it so that it would catch light that way. But you guys immediately see that yes, there is some sort of magical identification through them. And so Renart's gonna come out to the wagon. One of you guys gonna go with him to assure them that he is in fact.
Yeah, and even on the way, I'd like to, kind of, I guess, slyly kind of be like, yes, as my friend said, we've been on some adventures, and some of those adventures have been a little tough on some of our party, quite tough, in fact. That moving around is, we're ready for a place to stay and rest, should I say? And, trying to insinuate, one of our party is in bad shape.
Yep, and Rennart immediately picks up on it and goes, "I wish I could say that that's not often the case when they arrive here. If we need, we can bring your wagon your wagon around to the back and take you in. So we're going to leave you guys. I assume that you trust Iska when she comes with this gentleman Rennart. Let's go ahead and act that out. So Iska's approaching with this gentleman the rest of you have not seen before.
So me and Kel now?
And Kel outside by the wagon. Yeah.
Okay.
So Rennart has come out to the wagon to show you how to bring Gandry in.
He's just Iska's coming out with him.
Iska is coming with him.
Okay.
Luna would go to the.
I kind of give Iska a look first and kind of a questioning.
Luna, you're seeing the biggest thing you notice. This gentleman is wearing robes very similar to the type of vestments and robes that your master, your teacher, wore. He is most definitely a monk, a trained monk.
Okay. She'll, so she'll, because I imagine, just because to kind of keep up the roof, she was kind of like using her quarterstaff as kind of like to lean on, as if it was like just like a support stick. But seeing him, she's going to kind of straighten up a bit and plant it as if, she knows it.
So the two of you all approach Iska. What do you want to say?
Yeah, as we walk out, with him, I excitedly described to them, "Oh, it's amazing in there. It's like anything I've ever seen. There's an actual drake in there, and her eyes are like none other. They're very beautiful." Again, just trying to discreetly get that point across that
she checked out.
We are safe here.
Yeah.
Did you find the person we were looking for?
I think we're all going to be very, very comfortable here. I think this is a nice place to take a bit of a rest.
Okay.
I feel very comfortable here.
Then I will turn to the other gentleman whose name I don't know, and
he goes, I am Rennart. We can bring the wagon closer. And he sort of sees huddled in the back Gandry, and he gets the situation pretty quickly.
So I will follow his direction and move the wagon to where
you move the wagon around to the back, and with that, we will hop back inside. So Agatha, while they go out, Agatha looks at Axel and goes, "Oh, young Tabaxi. Tabaxi are always so interesting. Why, look, it's the treasures that you've found. They look like Tirith's work. You must have crossed Dunnan's caravan on the road, yes?" You did. That's the guy who you bought them from.
yeah. And I paid too much for them, and I know that now, but yeah.
Well, you must tell me about all these wonderful purchases that you've made. And so the two of them begin sort of just nattering on about everything, anything special, while they're having this crazy conversation. I'll be right back to you, Axel, that Celia and Luck want to do? I mean, this is Axel literally going through every detail of things, of that he's bought, seen, written, drawn. There are lots of people around to say hello to, very friendly people.
Oh, I'm off to say hello to every single one of them personally.
Okay. Celia, how about yourself? You gonna lurk in shadows and check out the place? Or what would you like to do? I'm sorry. Don't.
Yeah, she's going to kind of
Case the joint.
basically
Okay.
make sure like everybody around is not acting suspicious. Everybody's kind of she's gonna try and listen into some conversations, make sure nobody's talking about anything suspicious.
Okay. Axel, as Agatha starts to speak to you, the rest of you guys, you see the two of them just talking boring horribleness. Axel, as Agatha leans in, all around you suddenly, it seems like the patrons seem to shimmer like they were underwater. And you no longer hear any of the voices or conversations in the tavern around you.
Yeah.
Agatha leads in. Oh, my child. My dear, sweet child. No, it can't be, can it? I'd lost all hope, but now here you are. Oh, dear. Here you are. Well, that will never do.
What's going on? What are you talking about?
Jade Whisper
You know me?
would never forgive me, rest her soul, if I let her son walk around unprotected. This earring, and she grabs your feather earring. You must never take it off. And she grabs the earring, and you feel a weird shimmer down your spine. Don't worry, dear. Don't worry. You're still quite handsome. Nothing that will tip off any alarms about being an illusion. Just a little dragon glamour trick so you are not obviously a member of the wandering tribe, and most importantly, not the spitting image of your mother. Never fear. Those you want to see you as you truly are still will be able to. Your mother.
He is so confused right now. He is this like picture of curiosity and utter confusion.
Yep. No. And so she just sort of puts her finger up to your lips and just goes, shush, let me finish. Your mother. She was fiercely intelligent, but she also sometimes overly curious and couldn't help herself from pulling on the strings of a mystery. And heavens, was she ever resourceful. Enough so that she was able to gather and begin connecting the dots of something big. Even I don't know exactly what, other than those who were involved. Her only fault, bless her soul, was that she wasn't always careful. She and your father thought the truth she was uncovering would protect them. But secrets, well, secrets are powerful things. They tend to develop a will of their own sometimes, to remain hidden. And that will that they gain to stay hidden sometimes becomes even bigger than that of the people who wish to keep the secret in the first place. I hate to tell you this, but the slaughter of the Western Wandering Tribe was no accident. It was a planned strike to both solve the problem of your mother's meddling and to send a message. For 20 years now, no one has dared to pull those strings. But now I fear I must ask you to do so. A contingent from the Arcana Mystica will be arriving in town in a few days. Florian Gilderloin will be hosting a dinner for them on the evening they arrive. It has come to my attention that the Tal Shiar, that's the ruling class of the Arcana Mystica, is planning something in the months ahead, most likely at the Conclave. The details and logistics of this plan are most likely to be coordinated with Florian as their agent here in Sojourns. You must discover what they are up to. Florian will be needing guards for this party, and which, because he's a cheap bastard, he'll end up using as staff. That will be your chance. I might be able to offer more assistance later, but first you must ingratiate yourself to Florian. As much as I hate to tell you, I suggest sending the women. He'll be particularly interested in the full elves of your party. Now we've spoken too long. Any quick questions before we are noticed and I bring us back into the...
So, how? What? Why? How? When? What? How? What? Can you tell me more later?
Yes.
Yes.
First things first. You must get yourselves to that party.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I talked to them and we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. And I can tell all the others. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It is
Quietly
sort of,
and carefully.
Yes. We've done that. We've done that already. Yes, because special things, requests, and sort of tugs. He sort of tugs on the feather earring to sort of make sure it's in place, it's
Yep.
solid. He's going to listen and not take that off, but he's his mind. You can see going through his mind all these thoughts. He's thinking all these things, and he's putting like pieces together and pieces in place. It's sort of
Yep.
when he's really into something, this is his focus. Too
Okay,
many
dear.
thoughts.
Calm yourself.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring down the loosen, and she... whoosh, and all of a sudden... Oh, and that one's just lovely, dear, isn't it? That's a tiger's eye.
Yes, and they're really cool. And Luna has my friend has more, and but she's not. I might ask her for some because they're really pretty and I like them. And he goes with it.
Yep,
like
and goes with it.
pulls it. Yeah.
So after that, we're going to turn back to the rest of the party with the wagon and Gandry. And who's going to carry Gandry upstairs? So Luna gets Gandry, and Kel, and Iska follow with Renart up the back stairs. As you pass through the back courtyard, Iska, you are shocked with deja vu. Over on the far side of the courtyard, you see a fire pit. The very fire pit that you saw in your vision. And you know that Gendry is going to be safe here. With that, it's 4 o'clock, and we'll end our session.
That was wonderful.
Scene.
That was wonderful. We did it! We did it! We're here!
We're
did it,
there,
guys,
and
we're here.
everything is going. Yeah.
Everything is just peachy, right?
Nothing bad happened.
Nothing.
Nothing
I
bad
said how I
happened. You
felt
just
at the end of
got
last
lots
session.
and lots of new things to do.
New
Thank you,
things
everyone
to
out
go
in chat.
bad.
I know I didn't pay it. I wasn't able to respond because I was right in the middle of things.
Yeah.
But thank you for all of the wonderful comments
I
about
got a puppy!
my fun with getting to play Agatha again. Oh dears! But and you got a puppy.
And the puppy.
And puppy, yes. And fireworks and
fireworks.
And the whole thing with Gendry was
Oh yeah, that was wonderful.
Very good.
Really annoyed that my internet crapped out on me through it.
Yeah.
Just the
Sorry,
bug.
dude. Because I'm so glad you made it back though, because I really wanted to make sure you were there for the end of it.
Yeah.
About the cooking, because I thought that was...
Yeah, I really like that. I was like, I was surprised that actually came up. Really, it's like because it's something Luke does every day, so I don't. So I just it's just like, yeah, I do cooking this day, I do cooking that day.
Yep.
It's just something I just say now, and it's like, oh wait, what?
But yeah, no,
Oh,
it was
that's cool.
thinking about his first experiences. You know what it's like. I mean, anyone who's been near a campfire or cooking, you smell like it for like days or until a couple showers.
Yeah.
And so, with the idea of, I remember last time you saw showing cradling him, I'm like, yeah, the first thing, coming out of that horrible place, he just gets a nose full of everything. So thank you guys for the level ups. Yeah, our whole cast leveled up as well. So level 4, you have a new puppy called Grain in your midst.
I saw you message me a name you wanted me to give.
That's fine, dude. You didn't have to. I didn't know if you were stuck. I thought that might work, but it's up to you entirely.
It was very on the spot. I'll be honest, but I'm very happy with.
I think Grain's going to be
great. I think it
works
perfectly.
Yeah. I had all week to think about it, so I had to, I actually got to it. So let's go around and do our hooks and plugs for everyone. Yep. I know closer and closer to that 200 with all the the new followers today. So thank you for that, guys out there. Thanks for everyone who stuck through the whole broadcast. Hope you all enjoyed it. I think it looks like the cast did. So hooks, plugs, thoughts on the session.
Who's starting?
We'll start it with Kel.
I'm Tunarth in chat. I'm Colin65 on Twitter, although I don't ever say anything because I'm pretty much a lurker, but I come out of lurking for this, which is amazing. And yeah, I mean, screw combat. Who needs combat when you got this? Holy crap. So yeah, come back tomorrow morning at Dark 100, 8 a.m. Eastern, and various time zones ahead and behind that across the world, and we'll talk through all of this information that's blowing, I think, all of our minds collectively.
So thank you to Griffin and Dragons and Trolls and all the other wonderful people. Firebringer. I'm just rolling through of all the wonderful things that all of you are saying in chat. And the Japanese symbols, which I don't even know how to reply back to because I don't know how to come up on my computer, but our Chinese symbols, thank you.
They're Mandarin.
Our Mandarin symbols, thank you. For all, you always say such nice things that I don't know how to reply back to and make it highlight for you. But anyway, thank you guys. I had a lot of fun. I was ready for a 4-hour narrative session instead of, we've been having so much been full of combat and rolls. It was kind of nice and relaxing to have a narrative session.
Who needs combat?
We'll
be back to form next week.
I was going to say, don't you worry. Actually,
we'll be back to.
I was going to say, you've got a party to plan for. It sounds like. Luck. Our good guy Pie. Tell us about yourself and thoughts.
I am Luck Goldheart. I am played by the wonderful good guy Pie. You can find him here at Too Good To Pie on Twitter. Too Good To Guy on Twitter. And you can find him at Good Guy Pie on Twitch. He also, his hair is not white like mine. He's actually just for the plot twist. He normally comes in some wonderful makeup, but he's still waiting for the order of his new makeup kit, which is very annoying. But you can, our character, some awesome notes about this campaign. I got a puppy. I don't care, all right? I don't need new abilities. I don't need new weapons. I don't need new armor. I have a puppy. I think, no offense, guys, I've got the best level up out of all of you. I'm sorry. I'm going to be vain here. I've got a puppy. Why you guys got, eh? You can stab people through darkness. You can have a song that stops people from falling below 1 hit point. You can slide around on your water. You can have your awesome fireworks and stuff. So
good guy Pie, don't at all take the fact that I gave you a puppy because I know that you're going to need a support animal before it's all said and done.
Yeah, I was like,
I still say that puppy's name is Marley. It is absolutely Marley.
I'm going to say, it's like
it is not Marley. I am not that evil.
But yeah, when I heard we gotta have a puppy, it's like, that's beautiful, that's wonderful, and then it's like I realized we're all going, it's a puppy, and we're all getting attached to it, and
knowing the way these things gonna go, that puppy's name should be Target.
Yeah, not even that. It's not even that. It's just the
guys,
world.
I am not that bad.
Yeah, I know. He's not going to target it. But the world happens anyway.
I'm not saying I'm not going to pull on people's heartstrings. I've been known to pull on people's heartstrings before, but
no, he's not bad enough to target a puppy, but to target the grown man and his family and all his village, that's fine.
Oh yeah. So with that, you got a puppy, so we'll leave your
I got
comment
a
about the session to that. I'm glad you liked
Yes.
it. And I thought it was a neat way to do the whole idea of, how do you role play lucky, getting the lucky feat. And so it was like, you feel as though your fate's changed a little bit. Things are just going to go a little bit better for you, or just not go quite as bad when you've got this little guy. Luna, NNG9,
Hi.
Alicia.
Yes. So I am NNG9 on Twitch and on Twitter. I am NNG98. I live tweet random stuff, just like Samurai Jack when it finally premieres on the March 11th. I have finally started randomly streaming through my Twitch thing. So if you follow me occasionally, I'll do stuff. I've been doing Witcher, and when my copy gets here, I'll probably be doing Horizon Dawn Zero or Zero Dawn or 030 Dark, whatever. I'm putting a movie in there for some reason.
It's good game.
But yeah, I had a lot of fun with today's session. And I'm glad that my new Fire Genasi brother will be all right.
Everything's gonna be fine. No sadness can ever happen ever again in this game, right? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, no one escapes the pun. No one.
So we'll move over to Bird vs. Plane. You had a big session.
Yeah, dude, that was something. We talked about, I get a new spell via song, and then all that happened. So that was, good lord. I'm Bird vs. Plane. I have started streaming on Twitch occasionally.
Okay, that's awesome. Trolls Meetin just donated a healing dice to Grain.
Hey,
Actually,
nice.
5 healing dice to Grain. $5, right? Yeah. So Grain now
Try
has
to kill
5
that
Is
healing
immortal.
Try to kill that dog.
dice. Yeah.
Oh, what happened? So
I'm
sad.
Bird. I stream on Twitch occasionally. I also run 2 podcasts, The Good, the Bad, the Issue, a weekly comic book podcast. We're covering Logan. We just saw the movie last night and are talking about it. And Six-Sided Diaries, a Pathfinder podcast, which is about to be nominated for some weird podcast award, which I'm super stoked about.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Which is very weird. This was a cool session. Everyone's revelations kind of blew me away, from Celia's arm disappearing to there's 2 words on Kel's lips, Vice, to Axel and his mom. Dude, that was a great session. Let's talk about it tomorrow, because I could go on and on about it.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
good deal.
Jeanette, tree hugging druid.
Yeah.
Happy rogue.
A very happy rogue on your hands. Honestly, going into this stream, just because of what you messaged me on Twitter, I was like going into it like, this is just going to be another emotional episode. I'm going to cry. I got a whole bunch of tissues that were just like prepared next to me. But no, it was a lot of fun. We had the emotional part, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, mostly because I was forewarned.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I'm going to link my Twitter in the chat. That's really the only place.
Cool.
Here, Twitter, ERP, Discord.
Very good. And and last but not least, Templar Warden, where can we find you and thoughts on the session?
I am Templar Warden. I am playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard, with who I really should have seen this coming in a way, in that, you know, he had. I mean, there was just like, yeah, he had these connections, and his family was killed, and there was like all the potential there in the world. So I should have seen it coming, and that was great. And I think this has been at least 3, 4 mind-blowing moments during this whole session, which is just absolutely amazing. So that it's been great. I'm going to have to watch the pod though, because that was way too much for me to take.
Oh yeah, no, and I can help you out with especially people who had lots of
Yeah.
I don't. I would rather you be in the moment, and for stuff, be in the moment, and especially on big downloads like that, always feel free to ask me. After the session or the next day or whatever, to send you what all you heard, because like I said, I'd rather you be in the moment instead of you. I know if I'm taking notes, I miss half of what's being said. So always allow yourself to be in the moment, and I will always try to provide you, especially abilities and stuff. But when I'm like, you've got to do these 6 things, I'll supply that to you.
Yeah,
you'll have a quest log. Don't worry.
I'm overwhelmed. Axel's a little overwhelmed. He's very caught in a very interesting spot because he didn't. He has all this connection, but at the same time, he doesn't have a lot of reason yet. But maybe I've just got to take in that the whole dump at the end. But yeah, I'm Templar Warden. You may catch me here on Twitch at Templar Warden. I am no longer on ERP, not this season. I'm going hopefully next season. You can catch me here on Device. You may occasionally catch me tomorrow because sleep schedule is off, so I'm usually not up in time. But that's me, Templar Warden. You can get me at Twitter at Rainer Templar, but I'll just post the links and then we can move on.
So, guys, I'm glad you all enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It was I guess obviously this is the beginning of all. Imagine that, at the crossroads, all the gears that I've been talking about and saying that I've got all these big plans that y'all have not been able really getting, and how they intertwine and interconnect and are going to suddenly emerge in your lives.
To grind us into dust.
No, I've got the happiest life, right? I'm the happiest person.
Souls.
Yep. My fate is the happiest fate, right, guys?
Right.
You have to exert some pressure to make diamonds.
Exactly. Lots of new, interesting stories to chase. I certainly, like I said, I had a lot of fun writing up all the different. I know it was kind of a speech-filled session, but they were. I hope that you guys didn't feel that I was pulling too much away from you, because kind of, it's that whole. We got to get the intro, because what I don't think most of the rest of the stream knows, and certainly we don't think of it this way. We have literally just arrived what was supposed to be the original campaign.
Oh yeah. Nope.
We've only just begun.
Yeah, literally.
And it's only taken us 3 months.
It's only taken us 3 months to do the pre-session.
So we're done with all this filler crap now, right?
Yeah. All these filler episodes.
Into the real, heartbreaking mind.
We're closing the book on The Hobbit, and now we're going to start Lord of the Rings. And
oh boy.
So
it makes sense.
Anyway, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone in chat. It's always a pleasure to have such positive comments on our stream. And until next time, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning for Donuts and Coffee, for Dungeons and Coffees. And we'll talk about lots of things then. But until then, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what really matters. Good night, everyone. It was a blast.
Bye.